The committee will come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 6951, the College Cost Reduction Act. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. I want to start by acknowledging that the last time the committee tackled Higher Education Act reform legislation in 2019, the markup lasted 14 hours and consumed 3 days of work. With that in mind, and in the hopes of leading by example, I'll keep my remarks brief. At the heart of the College Cost Reduction Act is the idea that post-secondary education should be a good time and money investment for students first and foremost. As a society, it's time to face the music. We're scamming young Americans. College prices are skyrocketing and college value is stagnating. Real college prices have more than tripled over the past 50 years, and real college graduate earnings have frozen since the turn of the 21st century. This radical decoupling is a massive weight on society, quickly approaching critical mass. We see the effects everywhere. College graduates hold $1.6 trillion in federal loan debt. The new economics of college have left millions of families across the country questioning what to do next. A Band-Aid simply won't do. What is needed is a complete restructuring of the incentives that drive tuition prices skyward. This bill is the three-pronged solution. First, the College Cost Reduction Act will ensure colleges are held responsible for debt held by graduates who didn't get enough value from their degree to pay down student loans. Second, it will promote student success by directing federal aid to institutions with the best track record of increasing graduate earnings. Lastly, it will increase transparency in the college shopping process so students and families know how much they are expected to pay for college on the front end. These three key features of the bill will help lower college costs for families, secure the economic future of young people by deflating the student debt bubble, and protect taxpayers from subsidizing worthless degrees. If we think of post-secondary education as a product, which it essentially is, students are the buyers and colleges are sellers. Yet in this market, the product is sold without the buyer knowing the real price. The product often underperforms expectations, and the product would not be viable at its price point without the injection of nearly $2 trillion taxpayer dollars industry-wide. It's time for change. Finally, I want to thank the university leaders, students, parents, experts, and other stakeholders who have offered their insights and perspectives on the creation of this bill. Thanks to their many inputs, we can debate a bill with the potential to bring lasting reform to the college financing structure. I also want to thank the staff that has worked so diligently on this bill. They've put in really tremendous effort. I emphasize that this is a collective effort from all concerned parties because a collective response is necessary. We tried patchwork solutions to lowering college costs. They haven't worked. A holistic approach is needed, and it is before us today. Again, I want to thank everyone who's contributed to this bill. I look forward to a robust markup. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you've heard me quote President Johnson when he signed the Higher Education Act, when he said that it meant, and I quote, a high school senior anywhere in this great land of ours can apply to any college or any university in any of the 50 states and not be turned away because the family is poor. And that's the way it used to be. Just a few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered 80% of the cost of attending a state college. Now it covers less than a third of that cost. Despite President Johnson's promise, the college degree remains out of reach for millions of Americans. I appreciate that my colleagues acknowledge that the cost of college is too high and the Congress needs to reform the system of affording higher education, but regrettably, the committee Republican proposal seriously misses the mark. H.R. 6951, the so-called College Reduction Act, would increase costs across the board for colleges and students. It would limit students' access to quality programs, which then reduces their likelihood of finding a rewarding career, and it needlessly fuels divisive culture wars and jeopardizes the integrity of our accrediting partners. First, let me start with the misleading claim that the bill reduces costs. Most of the provisions of H.R. 6951 are targeted towards reducing federal student loans. Most of those only exacerbate the problem by limiting the students' access to federal loans and then pushing them to the only thing that's left, the predatory private loan market. And let me say that again for those who might have missed it. The proposal to make college more affordable for students is to limit how much federal aid they can access. By limiting the federal student aid that students can receive, the bill will leave half of all students seeking a college degree without the federal assistance that they need. H.R. 6951 would force student borrowers into unaffordable repayment plans rather than build on President Biden's work to streamline the path to repayment. This bill would have students pay more, and because there's no discharge after 20 years, they could have borrowers paying off their loans for the rest of their lives. Second, the committee Republicans claim that H.R. 6951 improves accountability and transparency. But the bill eliminates the very regulations made stronger by the Biden administration that protect students and taxpayers from predatory, low-quality, for-profit programs. These are the very same programs that disproportionately target veterans and low-income students and defraud them out of their federal student aid. Removing these safeguards would expose students and taxpayers to waste, fraud, and abuse. And if our colleagues want to return to the DeVos era of radical deregulation, they should remember that students and taxpayers bore the brunt of those costs. Lastly, committee Republican proposal needlessly fuels divisive culture wars and jeopardizes the integrity of our accrediting partners. For example, the prohibition on litmus tests invites additional federal oversight into the accreditation process. Under this bill, accreditors may not create standards based on any ideology, belief, or viewpoint. For example, the Department of Education could potentially revoke an accreditor's recognition over a claim that its standard that colleges teach evolution as part of their biology class, or that a geology curriculum that dates the age of their Earth at 6,000 years. That would be an illegal imposition of an ideology, belief, or viewpoint on a college. This provision is unnecessary and do nothing but bring chaos and confusion into the process. So let me be clear, there are provisions in the 224 bill that do have bipartisan support, such as codifying post-secondary student success grants and eliminating interest capitalization and origination fees on student loans. But on balance, the havoc that this bill would wreak in our higher education system and the pain it would inflict on students and families far outweigh any minor improvements the bill may make. If my Republican colleagues are serious about reforming our higher education system, I would encourage them to work with committee Democrats and pass bills in our roadmap to college student success. This campaign lays out a proactive agenda to bring down the cost of college, help students access a quality degree, and once students are in school, provide them with the support they need to graduate. So I hope that together we can make higher education in America work for students, colleges, and taxpayers, but the bill before us does just the opposite. So I oppose the bill and encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measure be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measure was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The bill is being marked up today, shall be open to amendments at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 6951 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6951, a bill to lower the cost of post-secondary education for students and families.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. For what purpose does Mr. Owens seek recognition?
I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 6951, the College Cost Reduction Act, is Amendment H. 6951_ANS.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Owens of Utah, identifier H6951_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Representative Owens for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. This bill is a landmark legislation solution to a perennial problem of ballooning college costs. It stands on the principles that public policy should be based on post-secondary outcomes, not just inputs, and that all institutions responsible for tuition inflation should be held accountable. Here are the big ticket items of the College Cost Reduction Act and how they will work for families and students. First and foremost, the bill ensures that colleges have skin in the game when degrees burden students with unmanageable debt. If a college fails to provide graduates with skills needed to obtain a good job and repay the student loan debt, then it should be held financially liable. Simple as that. What's more, H.R. 6951 would reshape college funding with an emphasis on performance-based metrics. For instance, direct payments known as promise grants will be available for institutions with a successful track record of graduating low-income students into successful careers. Every parent across the nation will be happy to know that this bill requires colleges to offer degree programs at an upfront guaranteed price in order to receive performance-based funding. No more guessing games when it comes to family financial security. Further, this bill codifies a post-secondary student access grant program to promote research and scale innovative evidence-based practices for colleges to implement proven strategies for helping high-need students to complete their education. Next, the College Cost Reduction Act contains key transparency measures. It empowers students and families by ensuring information about the college costs is clear, accessible, and consumer-friendly. It also streamlines data collection and enhances reporting on college outcomes, which will improve decision-making and allow prospective students to assess their return on the cost of post-secondary education. Given that executive branch overregulation is a primary driver to rising college costs, this bill also repeals excessive and expensive regulations. Further, it prohibits executive overreach by barring the Department of Education from transferring student debt to hardworking Americans who never step foot on college campuses. I can anticipate critics claiming that this provision is a partisan response to President Biden's student loan cancellation plan. Such critiques fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of the College Cost Reduction Act and what it takes to truly lower college costs. This bill is no quick fix. It is a structural, permanent solution to the student loan debt bubble. In fact, when it comes to student loan repayment, it includes my bill, the FAIR Act, which provides new, better, and less costly student loan assistance in the form of matching debt payments toward the principal loan for high-risk and low-income students. Students will not see their loan balances balloon, but will pay the loan amount they took out. Lastly, the College Cost Reduction Act ushers in reforms to the accreditation system, ending the regional accreditation monopolies, creating an environment for a new quality assurance entities, and requiring accreditors to assess college student outcomes and granting access to federal loans. In the same vein, the amendment in nature of a substitute continues to improve the legislation by clarifying the calculation of reimbursement repayments, improving the college transparency provisions, and changing the funding structure of the Promise program. Balancing out continued obligation to students and the taxpayer, the amendment no longer includes the Pell Plus program, but it restores the supplemental educational opportunity grants and provide full flexibility for colleges to assist students in need. Together, these components provide meaningful reform to a post-secondary education system in desperate need of it. I'm proud of the work of this committee has done to bring forth a real solution that is student and family oriented. By passing the College Cost Reduction Act, we can ensure the next generation graduates with an education setting them up for lifelong success. With that, I'll yield back my time.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment nature of a substitute. As I highlighted in my opening remarks, the bill does not meaningfully address the affordability issues of today's students. It does reinstate the FSELG program that was eliminated in the bill, but it then turns around and eliminates the Pell Plus program, which is the only provision that made a meaningful investment in the Pell Grant program. Now we can see the bill for what it truly is, a limitation on higher education access and a decrease in affordability. The Pell Grant is the cornerstone of the federal student loan aid system, and we ought to be fighting at every opportunity to see how we can expand this powerful tool and provide better college access to low-income students. That's why many of my Democratic colleagues will offer amendments, many of them being historically bipartisan proposals, to enhance the benefits of the Pell Grant and address many other affordability issues facing students today. I hope members will support these amendments. So while again I'm pleased to see that there is movement by the Republicans on key issues on college affordability and transparency, this proposal falls short of anything that would conform to the title of the bill, college cost reduction for students. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the Republican amendment in nature of a substitute and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Virginia Fox. I'm grateful to Chairwoman Virginia Fox on this important legislation to lower the costs for students and families and increase transparency in the education system. The current college reporting system is overly burdensome on institutions and provides little practical information for students and families due to significant gaps in college data reporting. I am also grateful to lead the College Transparency Act, ensuring that students and families have better information as they consider higher education opportunities. The College Transparency Act modernizes the college reporting system for post-secondary data by providing accurate reporting on student outcomes such as enrollment, completion, and post-college earnings across colleges and majors, while ensuring the privacy of the individual students is securely protected. The current lack of transparency in higher education is unacceptable, and I am grateful to continue working with Chairwoman Virginia Fox on this important issue for students and families and urge passage of the legislation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Does anyone else wish to speak on the ANS? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized. Oh, Ms. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Fox, I would like to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill spells a recipe for disaster, and it's dangerous. It's a dangerous pathway that betrays the promise of higher education for all. Republicans claim that this bill will lower the cost of going to college, but instead, it will definitely increase college costs, and that is absurd. All this bill does is perpetuate the divide between the haves and the have-nots, especially low-income students and veterans. Let's be clear. Our students should not be shackled by a lifetime of debt simply for seeking a college education, should not have the doors of opportunity slammed in their faces, and should not receive a sham of an education. But this Republican bill rejects those principles and wants to send students to walk the plank into piles of debt and uncertainty. For decades, our government has bailed out the automobile, farming, and aviation industries. We've bailed out banks, and we've bailed out members of Congress, and members of Congress have filed bankruptcy and gotten millions of dollars forgiven, and their PPP loans forgiven, and their families' PPP loans forgiven. But when it comes to supporting our hardworking, want-to-be somebody college graduates, all hell breaks loose. Basic economics tells us that this bill will only lead to higher costs, and I cannot support a bill designed to disadvantage our most vulnerable students. Democrats have put forth a comprehensive proposal that accomplishes what this sham of a bill fails to deliver. I hope my colleagues can support me and my amendments to this potentially devastating bill to make this legislation more humane. These are our children, these are our veterans, and these are our people who want a better life. And we have a moral responsibility to help them. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to express my support for the College Cost Reduction Act. Through my 15 years on this committee, the concern I've had and heard as well from constituents is that the cost of college continues to go up, and more American students are struggling to find a path to achieve a college education. So I thank the chairwoman for putting forward this important piece of legislation to bring much-needed accountability and transparency to higher education. In particular, I appreciate the work to update the college scorecard with key information about colleges and universities that will empower students to make more informed decisions about their higher education and ultimately their costs. By updating the scorecard, students and families will be able to see program-level statistics on college costs, financial aid, and student outcomes, as well as create customizable comparisons of degree programs at the school. Additionally, universities will be asked to report data on athletic scholarships to the scorecard. And I thank the committee for working with me to get this included in the bill. Currently, schools don't report on the athletic scholarships provided by the university and how those are being allocated between international students and American student athletes. College athletic scholarships provide a way for young adults to chase their athletic dreams while simultaneously achieving a college education. However, according to the NCAA data, since 2000, the number of international student athletes participating in college sports has increased from approximately 5,000 students to 24,000 students in Division I and Division II. And that's been reflected in stories I've heard from families in my district who've made sacrifices so their athletically gifted child could have an opportunity to earn a coveted athletic scholarship at their dream university, only to find out during the process that they are not just competing against other American student athletes, but the world. Once more, I've heard stories of schools that only recruit international students, and we know of collegiate teams whose rosters are made entirely of international students. While I appreciate the diversity and enhanced competition that come by having world-class athletes play in your team, the concern is when an institution receiving taxpayer funds is expanding their athletic programs but excluding American students from opportunities. So the improved college scorecard will enable greater transparency into how scholarships are awarded and provide students with a better understanding of the prospects available at a university so they can decide whether that university will provide them the best opportunity to achieve their dreams and find their sweet spot in life. Again, I thank the committee for holding today's markup, and I look forward to supporting the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of the substitute in the bill.
You're recognized.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Over my years on this committee, I've been in many conversations about higher education and the cost of college, and I always reflect on my personal higher education journey, which I did on my own. And although it was more than a few years ago, I was able to go through 2 years of community college, 2 years of college, and 3 years of law school with a very manageable amount of student debt. But as Ranking Member Scott noted, that at that time, the Pell Grant covered about 80% of the cost. Now it's closer to 1/3. And I have to tell you, Madam Chair, I like the title of this bill, the College Cost Reduction Act. Because that's what we need to do, is reduce the cost of higher education and open the pathway to more people. Finance should not be a barrier. Education is a good investment. And although this legislation claims to reduce college costs, many of its provisions will force more students to rely on costly private loans. And at the same time, the bill will weaken or eliminate many of the vital protections that keep borrowers safe from predatory lending practices. And we have seen over the years some disastrous consequences there. I also want to note that had we had a hearing on this bill, we could have debated these issues and found more common ground. So, I mean, this is a big, significant issue. We should have had a hearing on the bill. So one provision I find particularly concerning is the proposed cap on federal student aid, which would automatically prevent about half of all students from accessing the funds needed to complete their degrees. The deep cuts in Parent Plus and Grad Plus loans will shut many students out of higher education. Black borrowers in particular will be disproportionately affected by the loss of Parent Plus loans. And without Grad Plus loans, many prospective students will not be able to enter into professions that require graduate degrees, like many teaching programs, social work. Finally, I'm opposed to the bill's attack on the Biden administration's work to protect borrowers from predatory lending and fraudulent activities by for-profit colleges. Repealing these key financial protections could cost taxpayers millions or even billions of dollars and strip the federal government of its power and responsibility to safeguard students and learning. And although I will be opposing the bill, I appreciate my colleagues' efforts to improve transparency in our higher education system through establishing a post-secondary student data system. Additionally, I appreciate that my Republican colleagues acknowledge that expanding Pell Grants is important. Thank you. We appreciate that. However, the eligibility requirements in this bill are unnecessarily restrictive and unlikely to meaningfully improve student retention. So I'm going to vote no on the underlying bill with the hope that we can return to the negotiating table, maybe have a hearing, work together to find better ways to improve and expand Pell Grants for all students in need and advance meaningful policies that will actually reduce college costs and support student success, and again, open those doors of opportunity to more students in Oregon and across the country. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bonamici. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to the College Cost Reduction Act. It's misguided, and it's an extensive bill that makes ill attempts at addressing college affordability and transparency. Minority students, first-generation students, low-income students would be the most impacted negatively by several provisions in this bill. Firstly, this bill would limit access to programs of study for low-income, first-generation, and minority students by capping the total amount of federal student aid at the median cost of attendance for students enrolled in the same or similar programs at other schools. That in itself creates a disparity, since there are schools with vastly different tuition costs lumped together to make up the median cost. Students wouldn't be able to choose the schools that they want to attend based on the quality of the program or proximity to family. Instead, they'll have to worry about whether or not the school they want to attend will provide enough financial aid. This is nothing more than an additional burden on students and families. And students would also be forced to utilize loans from the predatory private loan market, saddling them with a lifetime of private debt as if student loan debt wasn't enough. Secondly, the Parent Plus loan and the Grad Plus loan will be eliminated by this bill. Parent Plus loans have become a vital tool for Black Americans to access higher education, and without these loans, many would struggle to pay for college because of the cost and the already insufficient financial aid. This is a direct attack on diversity and our Black students. And graduate students would also be negatively impacted, as increases in loan limits and elimination of this critical funding will further impact their access to graduate programs. It's almost like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle saw a White House forgiving $137 billion in student debt and thought, well, how can we ensure that students are trapped in debt that not even the federal government can help them out of? Lastly, this will negatively impact the universities that serve minority students, including HBCUs, MSIs, TCUs, by forcing them to enter into a risk-sharing agreement in which institutions would be required to compensate the government for a portion of unpaid interest and principal on loans from their students. And so let's be clear about it. Loans go unpaid because individuals may not have sufficient income to repay them in a timely manner. And while I do understand the need to mitigate risks of defaulting on loans, these added costs will ultimately undermine the very students that we claim to be helping. Lower earning programs such as teaching, social work, and many liberal arts programs would be removed to offset the cost. And I'm just surprised that anyone would think that we don't need more teachers or social workers after all we've been through. As chair and founder of the HBCU caucus, I've always had an opportunity to fight for our schools, but it's important that we do everything we can to support these institutions and not harm them. Institutions which have provided so much to low-income, first-generation students who will not be able to provide a quality education to students under these provisions. Institutions would be encouraged to only accept students who would complete their programs and pay off loans at higher rates. And it goes against the very mission of HBCUs, who've historically accepted students that society has deemed not college material sometimes and didn't give them a quality education. But let's make no mistake about it. This bill does nothing to reduce the cost of higher education for students. It only reduces the support that they receive. And while there are some positives in this legislation, and I applaud those efforts as we try to rehabilitate those loans twice, the default loans twice, and also allowing us to be more transparent. Representative Haley Stevens, Nikema Williams, and Deborah Ross and I have led the Clean Slate series that would remove defaults from the credit reports of borrowers and improve their credit scores. Roughly 8 million Americans defaulted on their loans during the pandemic, according to Politico, and 67% of those were Pell Grant recipients. We've got plenty of ideas if our colleagues want to start to have a more productive session. There are some ideas in this proposal that we can work with. So if we go back to the drawing board and work on it together, I think we'll have a chance to really help students as we go around. With that, Madam Chair, I do yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I'd like to point out that in this bill, there'll be a $115 increase in annual funding per student in your district, and the University of North Carolina at Charlotte would get $20.4 million increase in annual funding, and Central Piedmont Community College would get $5.6 million increase in annual funding.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grossman.
Madam Chair, could you give us the citation for that so we could find out where the other schools are getting to?
Surely, we will do that. Mr. Grossman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm honored to discuss a substantial legislative effort that addresses a critical issue affecting our nation's students, the rising cost of higher education. We must acknowledge the alarming rise in student loan debt, worrisome completion rates, and the growing burden on students. H.R. 6951, the College Cost Reduction Act, represents a comprehensive solution designed to lower college costs, foster transparency, broaden access, and enforce accountability. This bill, produced by the House Committee on Education and Workforce in consultation with the congressional testimony, universities, and student loan scholars, centers around accountability and student success. It introduces a novel quality assurance model compelling colleges to bear financial responsibility when their degrees lead to overwhelming student debt and prevents them from endlessly raising tuition. This legislation provides performance-based promise grants with flexible uses of funds to institutions committed to lowering tuition, aligning degree programs with labor market standards, and enrolling and graduating low-income students. Moreover, the College Cost Reduction Act curtails executive branch influence by incorporating provisions of my bill, the Protecting Taxpayers from Student Loan Bailouts Act, which defends American people against the Biden administration's attempts to transfer the burden of student loan debt to taxpayers. The bill requires Department of Education to review the fiscal impact of any future plans to forgive student loan debt, ensuring costs to the federal government do not increase and taxpayers are not left footing the bill that should be paid by other people. In addition, the College Cost Reduction Act ensures clear, accessible, and personalized information about costs and return on investments for prospective students and families. It holds institutions financially responsible for overpriced degrees, linking funding to student outcomes rather than burdensome regulations that increase cost. The bill also incorporates my legislation, the Responsible Borrowing Act, which promotes fiscal responsibility among student borrowers. Far too often, students are borrowing exorbitant amounts of money, more than they need, which can lead to a lifetime of financial hardship. We all know people, even in their 40s, still have big student loan debt. The Responsible Borrowing Act addresses the issue by empowering universities to limit the amount of federal loans students can borrow, preventing unnecessary debt and protecting people's financial future. Together, these measures reflect our commitment to supporting students in pursuing higher education without compromising the interest of taxpayers. In conclusion, 6951 offers a comprehensive solution that not only addresses the root cause of rising college costs, but also protects students and taxpayers. We must work together to pass this legislation and pave the way for a brighter, more accessible future. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues and I have long requested that the committee address key issues in higher education, namely affordability, accessibility, and transparency. Tackling these issues are key to helping students from disadvantaged backgrounds get the education they need to build good careers so they can support their families, contribute to their communities, and fill the increasing need employers have for a well-educated workforce. Equally important, a well-educated workforce is absolutely critical for our country to be competitive worldwide. It is literally a matter of our country's economic future and our national security. I'm pleased that the bill has some good provisions, including provisions that would standardize financial aid forms, streamline cost comparisons to provide clear and transparent information about college costs for prospective students, establish a Pell Plus program that increases Pell Grants for juniors and seniors on track to graduate in 4 years, and streamline repayment plans. Unfortunately, the bill has far too many provisions that, despite calling this the College Cost Reduction Act, would actually make college unaffordable for many students in my district. I represent North Carolina A&T State University, the largest HBCU in the country. It is an outstanding school that graduates the largest numbers of Black engineers in the country. Unfortunately, the elimination of the Parent and Graduate Plus loans would make it extremely difficult for many of NC A&T students to attend graduate school. During the last school year, 1,884 NC A&T students benefited from the Plus Loan program. The elimination of this program will force these students into the private loan market, where they will encounter high interest rates and fewer borrower protections. I'm proud to say that NC A&T grads rarely encounter difficulties repaying their Plus loans because these well-educated graduates often enjoy generous compensation post-graduation, validating the strategic borrowing as a worthwhile investment and posing minimal risk to the taxpayer. I'm also concerned that the cap on federal student loans will push more students to the high-cost private loan market as well. In addition, the bill's radical institutional risk-sharing provision could discourage schools from accepting students who lack resources and therefore could be considered a higher risk of non-payment. The details in this provision are murky, and no thoughtful lawmaker should vote in favor of this kind of dramatic change without a more thorough discussion as well as bipartisan input and support. The bill also strikes the 90-10 rule, which has weeded out poor-performing programs that too often target our veterans. People who have sacrificed for our country deserve our honor and protection. They should not be thrown to the wolves when they return home for more education. Most concerning to me in this bill is the section that makes sweeping changes to the higher education accreditation and oversight process. This section lowers curricula and performance standards that institutions must meet to receive accreditation. The expansion of protections to religious institutions and the vague notion that accreditors must respect the stated missions of institutions, including religious missions, is cause for particular concern. Under this provision, an institution that refuses to teach evolution or climate change could still receive accreditation, demeaning and degrading the whole notion of accreditation. As I said, this bill does some good things, but this bill is not ready for prime time. It has some really terrible provisions, eliminating PLUS loans, pushing students to predatory private loans, taking away provisions that protect veterans, and lowering our educational standards. I ask that the majority reconsider ramming this last-minute bill through our committee and instead work with us to put forward a bipartisan bill that truly reduces college costs. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the gentlewoman that this bill builds off the accountability measures that we have passed in the Bipartisan Workforce Pell Act. Mr. Courtney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And again, I want to begin my remarks by, again, sort of noticing the irony in this measure, just in terms of the title of the bill, the College Cost Reduction Act. Some of us have been around long enough to remember that we actually did pass the College Cost Reduction Act in 2007. Lots of accusations about plagiarism going around here, but I'm not going to level that at this bill. But I do think there again is some irony because that was a Democratic measure. However, it was signed into law by President George Bush, had very strong bipartisan support, and it actually did really reduce the cost of college. It cut the interest rates, which were pending at that point, of 6.8% on Stafford loans to 3.4%. It created the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which, according to the latest tally from the Department of Education, has discharged $46 billion for teachers, nurses, people serving in the military, police officers. Again, a measure which people really came together on a bipartisan basis to support. And it also created the income-driven repayment program, which, again, was a way of basically giving people some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of getting loans discharged after decades of payments into the system. This bill, as has been mentioned, does have some components which are, I would say, laudable. I particularly noted that the provision to remove interest capitalization and loan origination fees follows Joe Biden's efforts in the Department of Education to do precisely that. And again, there's no harm in codifying that and making it a statutory provision. I would note Mr. Scott's bill, the Loan Act, also did precisely the same thing. So there is some overlap between the two sides on the committee here today in terms of some of the measures that are in that bill. But as my friend from Oregon pointed out, without the benefit of a hearing where we could actually have some experts to come in and react to the provisions in this in terms of the real life dollars and cents impact on students and families and institutions of higher education, we're again, really, I think, being asked to embrace something where I think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences that are really going to just boomerang on people in a negative fashion. I just would end by saying that, the provisions in terms of capping loan limits and terminating Parent Plus, that's to me like saying we're going to fix the housing affordability problem in this country by basically telling banks you're going to cap how much you can actually lend to home buyers. I guess in some narrow sense, people might think that that's a solution. Of course, it's a ridiculous notion that that's somehow going to help people buy homes or condominiums or whatever, and because you obviously, what's driving the size of loans are other factors, and we need to do better in terms of that. Again, this bill, which was introduced 2 weeks ago, again, as my friend from Oregon said, no hearing. We got notification that it was coming up for markup just a few days ago. Obviously has left a lot of people scrambling out there in the real world to try and react to this. But I would ask, Madam Chairwoman, that a letter that I received last night from Tracy Espy, who's the president of Mitchell College in New London, Connecticut, who again walks through both, again, some of the positive features in this bill, but obviously the negative impact that it would have on Mitchell College, which does great work with school populations, students with disabilities, underserved populations, and again, are really doing great things in terms of getting them job ready in the marketplace. And but clearly states in her letter that we need to pump the brakes here, slow down, actually flush out what this bill would do. And I would ask that it be, again, entered into the record.
Without objection.
Again, looking around this room, you see the portraits of leaders of this committee over the years. And this has actually historically been a very bipartisan committee in terms of higher education policy. And, I hope, we would sort of follow their example, whether it's John Boehner or Carl Perkins, Adam Clayton Powell, we can do it because they've shown us the way. And again, unfortunately, the process that we're seeing here today is not going to get us to the goal of college cost reduction. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney, and I appreciate you and some of our other colleagues mentioning that there are good parts of this bill. I would like to point out that we've had 6 hearings on the issue of higher education in the committee in preparation for this bill. Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I'll be supporting the College Cost Reduction Act, which is a much-needed piece of legislation. When it comes to the inflation that Americans have been struggling with over the last few years, colleges and universities have really been ahead of the curve in terms of the way their tuition rates have been increasing dramatically for several decades now. As a matter of fact, at both public and private nonprofit four-year schools, published tuition rates have quintupled in real terms since 1970. That's in real terms, with the average freshman at a four-year private university now facing a price tag of more than $35,000 per year. If you look at my own state of California, at the public university system, you've had dramatic increases there as well. In 2006, it cost $3,194 for a year of tuition at a CSU school, California State University. It's now $7,659. At the UC system, in 2006, it was $6,854 for tuition. It's now $15,170. And this creates a tremendous burden, especially for middle-class families, because while universities in the public and private system have significantly expanded their financial aid offerings, oftentimes it's been at the expense of middle-class families who are being forced to pay more and more. But I actually want to take just a step back, Madam Chairwoman, because this term in this Congress, under your leadership, this committee has shone a light on the state of higher education in this country. And people all across America have been shocked and appalled to see some of what is happening on our university campuses. They've become among the most backwards places in American life. Retrograde dogmas have been allowed to fester. Students have been targeted and harassed and bullied, oftentimes with professors or administrators doing nothing about it, or even being complicit. These massive bureaucracies that don't actually contribute to academic success have been growing and growing and growing. So it's really provided this moment of reckoning for higher education in America. And I think it's an opportunity for us to really step back and think about the future of higher education, and to think about what is the value proposition of a university education. And I think that this bill is fundamental to the reforms that are needed to reform the nature of American higher education. And so, because the reality is, as too many families know, is that our universities cost too much and deliver too little value. And families are put in the position of maybe not being able to send their child to college, or having to really struggle to pay the tuition, or having to take out loans for the students. And then when they graduate, especially in a state like California, when they have to pay a hefty student loan payment each month, it makes it even harder to grapple with our state's very high rent costs, let alone trying to get a down payment on a house. So, you know, when it comes to the future of American higher education, we had a hearing the other day that Mr. Bean conducted on career technical education. We need to think about, is it necessary that we continue to have this college for all mantra, or rather should we be creating the opportunity to go to college for all while also creating pathways to other careers at the secondary level? And then we need to think about, for folks that do go to college, what is the purpose of that education? I mean, we've had studies showing that you actually have negative value from a bachelor's degree or a master's degree at a lot of universities. So this bill is a very solid piece of legislation because it addresses the various aspects of that equation. Number one is it deals with the issue of cost head on by providing significant transparency measures to assure that families are able to evaluate upfront the value proposition of the education they're going to be receiving by getting a realistic picture of their expenses. It makes sure that universities provide a realistic view of what all of the costs of the education are going to be, whether it's tuition, books, whether it's living expenses and housing in a given region. It also provides, and it requires the Secretary of Education to provide the Department of Education a scorecard that allows families to compare these things from college to college, from university to university, so that they're better able to make the decision that's right for their family, and also streamlines and provides added transparency and accessibility for the financial aid process. Furthermore, the legislation really tries to get at the drivers of increasing tuition in this country by looking at and limiting the sorts of regulations that are allowed and by reforming the process by which assistance is given to universities in order to reward those institutions that are providing students with marketable skills. So we have a long way to go, Madam Chairwoman, in terms of the reforms that are needed in higher education, but this bill is a great first step, and it would make a big difference for a lot of families that are really struggling with the price of a college education. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Ms. McBath, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. Oh, excuse me.
Does the
I'm
gentlelady...
sorry, I have an amendment at the desk, so at this time I have no further.
When the time comes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Education and Workforce Committee. I was a community banker for 13 years and made hundreds of loans. My track record, I thought, was pretty good. I can tell you, when I had a cosigner on a loan, the bank never lost money. We always got paid back. What we're doing with the College Cost Reduction Act is we're making the college a cosigner of this out-of-control student loan debt. What we're going to see is this is what we need. We need a fundamental change. You're going to see that. You're going to see the colleges, when they're held accountable for student loan debt, we're going to make them be partners with that student, because tuition rates in colleges and universities have risen faster than almost any other sector of our economy, because they know it's a cash cow, that they are taking money from these students without any accountability. They know that there's no, whether or not the student graduates, whether or not the student pays the money back or not, there's no accountability. But when they are on the line, they're going to now partner with the student. They're going to tell the student maybe getting an underwater fire safety degree is not the best way to repay all of this money. Let's get you a degree that gets you instant employment and going forward. So, Dr. Fox, I salute you. I salute you for not putting a Band-Aid on student loan debt. We need fundamental change. If you're going to fix the problem, we need massive change, and that's what this bill does. This bill is something I'm excited about, that we can all go home and brag that enough of this student loan giveaway. We're sick of it. We're sick of it. We want responsibility, we want accountability, and that's what this bill does. I rise in support. Madam Chair, I salute you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut. Identifier DAMD_01.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you. The federal Pell Grant Program is the foundation of the federal student aid program. While I am pleased to see some movement to increase the Pell Grant for students, I am disappointed about this short-sighted approach. I know just how important Pell is to help students achieve their higher education dreams. Unfortunately, due to the rising cost of college and a lack of state investments, the purchasing power of Pell has declined. My amendment would double the maximum Pell Grant and ensure students who receive federal benefits such as SNAP, WIC, and Medicaid automatically qualify for the maximum Pell Grant and are eligible to receive up to an additional $1,500 in aid. Additionally, my amendment would index the Pell Grant to inflation to keep up with rising costs. Most Pell Grant recipients come from low-income backgrounds, with just over 78% of recipients during the 2019-2020 award year having a family income of less than $40,000. The lowest income students will benefit the most from doubling the maximum Pell Grant, but eligibility would also expand to moderate income students who are having a harder time affording college. The more aid low-income students can receive from the federal government, the less likely borrowers are to enter the predatory loan market. By doubling the maximum Pell Grant, we will effectively recalibrate the grant, restore its purchasing power, and expand access to millions of students seeking a quality degree. I must point out the irony that today we will vote on a massive tax bill, under suspension I might add, which includes a host of business tax breaks yet again. But we are fighting today over offering aid to the most vulnerable communities and students who just want a fighting chance in this world. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on in opposition to the amendment. This amendment authorizes unrealistic increases to the Pell Grant that everyone in this committee knows the federal budget cannot sustain. While this amendment on paper seeks to double the Pell Grant to $14,000 by year 2030, this is just another Biden campaign promise that's completely divorced from the reality we face in student financial aid. The amendment would expand eligibility to any student who receives taxpayer benefits to automatically qualify for the maximum Pell Grant and receive an additional $1,500 above the maximum Pell Grant. First, in recent years, Congress has increased the maximum Pell Grant. Now the maximum is $7,395. But in debates like these, we fail to recognize that the increase in taxpayers' subsidies had directly correlated with an increase in the cost of college. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have good intentions. However, we must understand that promising to increase aid is a direct signal to colleges that the taxpayers will foot the bill and they're free to increase college tuition. We intend to help the neediest students, but doubling the Pell Grant without asking for increased accountability and cost consciousness from universities only means that more of a student's Pell Grant dollars will go directly into the hands of universities. That's why the College Cost Reduction Act implements across-the-board accountability so students, families, and taxpayers can know that Pell Grants have a more profound impact of supporting the low-income student, not just covering universities' expenses. Second, this committee and Congress passed the bipartisan FAFSA Simplification Act in 2020, where there was agreement on the formula to determine Pell Grant eligibility. The College Cost Reduction Act acknowledges that the Pell Grant has long been a cornerstone to federal student aid and is a tool to target aid to the neediest students. Helping low-income students will demand that this committee make more systemic reforms that are in the College Cost Reduction Act. This amendment is void of common sense. We want to truly put downward pressure on rising college costs, and for this reason, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking in favor of the amendment, this is phased in over several years. If we did it overnight, as I said in my opening statement, we'd pay less than, the Pell Grant covers less than a third of the cost of attending a state college. If we did this overnight, double it overnight, it would mean we're up to about 2/3. And I remind people that when we started, we were at 80%. So if it weren't phased in, if it was done overnight, it would still be a long way of where the Pell Grant was when it started. If we're going to achieve our goal and President Johnson's promise of making college affordable for everyone, this is just a modest step in the right direction, and I would hope we would take it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Ms. Hayes, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut. Identifier DAMD_026.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
As many of you may know, I taught in a high school for more than 15 years, but many of you may not know that I also, as part of my role as a teacher, sat on many accreditation committees and done many school visits. With an accredited institute, a student has some assurance of receiving a quality education and gaining recognition by other colleges and by employers for the course credits and degrees earned. The independence of U.S. higher education from elected officials has contributed enormously to the success of our colleges and universities on the world stage. Unfortunately, the College Cost Reduction Act would fundamentally undermine and dismantle the accreditation program in this country. This bill states that accreditors cannot make decisions based on any ideology, belief, or viewpoint. Prohibiting ideology would prevent accreditors from judging an institution's commitment to the scientific method. Additionally, the bill would require agencies to accredit colleges with faith-restricted curriculums, even if the restrictions directly conflict with an accreditor's commitment to free inquiry, the scientific method, and academic freedom. Accreditation standards have helped to avert many political encroachments. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment I have co-authored with Representative Elma Items that would strike the entire accreditation provision of H.R. 6951, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I do want to speak in support of this amendment, and I appreciate Representative Hayes and all the work that she's done over the years. I too served at a college for 40 years, as a matter of fact, and been through many accreditations, at least 3. So I do support this amendment. We're deeply concerned by the proposal to create an entry point for third-party entities to serve as accreditors with little or no assurance of rigor or quality, simply by finding states willing to rubber stamp the agency's work. All the quality expectations that the College Cost Reduction Act tries to set, including its accreditors, would be meaningless if bad actors are permitted to serve as accreditors with no way to ensure a baseline level of rigor across agencies. Students and taxpayers depend on accreditors to serve as a quality check for colleges assessing federal dollars. Yet accrediting agencies already fall short in this regard, and we need to do much more to hold them accountable when they let bad actors slide. Instead, we're concerned that this legislation would dilute the already weak expectations of accreditors even further, opening the door to more shady actors, blindly approving predatory actors, only serving to exacerbate the problem. We've got to clean this mess up. I do urge my colleagues to support Representative Hayes' amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would completely repeal the accreditation reforms within the College Cost Reduction Act. My colleagues claim to care about student outcomes, innovation, and quality in post-secondary education, yet this amendment does the opposite. Accreditors have long been the gatekeepers when deciding if an institution should receive access to Title IV aid. Yet both sides of the aisle today have agreed that we must do more to increase the value of post-secondary education, and the current actions by our gatekeepers have not been enough. Many of this came to light during a hearing in July when we did discuss possible accreditation reforms. The College Cost Reduction Act would update the law to clearly specify that accreditors must develop a variety of standards to assess student achievement outcomes. The bill goes further to specify that accreditors should assess labor market outcomes, learning outcomes, and the student success outcome that degree programs provide. This is important. We should all want to know that degrees are meeting high quality standards. Without the changes in the College Cost Reduction Act, the bill would be void of any requirements to ensure accreditors are actually assessing these outcomes. The College Cost Reduction Act also includes a provision widely supported across the post-secondary education community to require accreditors to assess institutions by risk. Rather than requiring high-achieving colleges to produce mountains of paperwork and compliance, This reform would allow accreditors instead to focus true quality assurance review on those institutions that may need the most guidance towards improvement. Last, the College Cost Reduction Act recognizes that post-secondary education programs need to better align with workforce needs. This bill creates an environment for new accreditors with industry expertise to partner with institutions to improve the quality and relevancy of degrees. We should not be opposed to improving today's outdated accreditation regime. This amendment's a step backwards, and I must oppose it, and I yield back. Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in favor of this amendment. I think that the amendment does exactly what is needed to reinstall the faith we ought to have in accredited institutions. Accreditation should mean something. It should ensure students that they are attending a high-quality institution that will provide them with a rigorous and fulsome education. Accreditation should ensure employers that the degree their job applicant has attained means that the applicant has attended an institution that provided that student with a rigorous and fulsome education. I am particularly concerned, as I stated earlier, not only that this section lowers curricula and performance standards that institutions must meet to receive accreditation, but I'm concerned about the expansion of protections to religious institutions and the vague notion that accreditors must respect the so-called stated missions of institutions, including religious missions. I don't understand what this provision means because it is so vague, but I do, as I said earlier, wonder whether this means that an institution could refuse to teach evolution, could refuse to teach climate change because that might go against a religious belief, but that institution could still receive accreditation. This would demean and degrade the whole notion of accreditation. I thank my colleague for introducing her amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Connecticut? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, the vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut. Identifier Hay, HAYECT_062.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you. Section 224 of the College Cost Reduction Act eliminates interest capitalization in all instances, which will stop borrowers from seeing their balances grow from ballooning interest despite monthly payments. This provision of the legislation builds upon the work of the Biden administration and the Department of Education to help borrowers avoid spiraling student loan balances. While I'm happy to see this included in the underlying bill, I believe we have an opportunity to provide additional relief for the nearly 1.3 million teachers in loan repayment. Across the nation, educators' pay continue to erode, making it more challenging to recruit and retain teachers, and for those teachers to pay off their debts. Teachers already make about $3,644 less on average than they did 10 years ago when adjusted for inflation. My amendment would make a technical correction to ensure that teachers can use their 5 years of classroom service to qualify for both the Stafford Student Loan Forgiveness Program and towards the 10 years of student loan payments required for public service loan forgiveness programs. Currently, teachers may participate in the teacher-only federal SSLF program that provides between $5,000 and $17,000 in loan forgiveness after 5 years in the classroom. Alternatively, teachers may choose to participate in the federal PSLF program, which discharges any remaining debt after 10 years of public service. However, teachers may not simultaneously qualify for both programs. That means that after serving 5 years in the classroom and receiving debt relief through the SSLF, they must serve another 10 years before qualifying for loan discharge under PSLF. These standards are contrasting with the mission of these loan forgiveness programs, which is to incentivize more highly qualified teachers to enter and stay in the classroom. This amendment is based on my bill, the Teacher Debt Relief Act, which I introduced in the 117th Congress and again this Congress. The amendment aims to incentivize teachers to enter and remain in the profession by making debt relief and loan discharge a more readily achievable reality. When we support teachers and attract the best to the profession, students benefit. I urge my colleagues to expand their efforts to address the student debt crisis and to remember that teachers are also taxpayers. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. Having good teachers in the classroom is critical for our students to learn. I have always been very supportive of having the best people in the classroom. But we also know it's difficult to recruit new teachers in the field and encourage them to stay in the classroom. This is precisely the reason that Congress over the years has authorized different types of loan forgiveness for these hardworking professionals. This amendment will remove prohibitions against double dipping from these various programs. Historically, Republicans and Democrats together have agreed on prohibitions against double dipping. In fact, it was Democrats who included the prohibition against double dipping in the initial teacher loan forgiveness program when they added the public service loan forgiveness program years later. This amendment seeks to put a Band-Aid on the solution and try to forgive more loans on the back end. What we actually need to do is help students on the front end so they don't have to borrow as much. The College Cost Reduction Act will improve transparency around program outcomes and work to lower college costs across the board. These provisions will make it easier for students to make informed financial decisions about their major, their potential salary, and find a school that meets their financial situation. While I appreciate the gentlelady's intentions, I'm afraid I'm going to recommend members oppose this amendment. I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? If there's no further debate on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady from Connecticut requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Stevens of Michigan, identifier DAMD_03.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think we're all very aware that the escalating cost of college and the subsequent debt passed down to students has illuminated an affordability crisis that has hindered the ability of Americans to get ahead in life. And while I am so pleased to see that there is a lot of agreement here with aspects of this legislation. I do wish that the College Cost Reduction Act, as written, wouldn't fail to address the root cause of many of these problems. And we shouldn't be creating a bleak landscape for college access and affordability. The harsh reality is that student loan debt is far too high, and completion rates are still far too low. Post-secondary education is supposed to be a springboard and for students in their careers and frankly the achievement of a better quality of life. So in addressing some of the concerns with this bill, I am also aware that several higher education bills that my Democratic colleagues and I have introduced to bring down the cost of college would provide access to quality programs and provide the necessary resources students need to complete their degrees. So today I'm proposing the Pell to Grad Act as an amendment. And this amendment increases lifetime Pell Grant eligibility and expands Pell Grant eligibility to graduate programs, which for some students just critical to achieving the career aspirations, particularly in this place and time. So for some students, completing college in 12 semesters is just not a reality. And expanding Pell eligibility by 4 semesters means that students who need it most will have the funds to complete their degrees. We also know that advanced degrees are key to filling those jobs of the future. We can think of many health sciences degrees as great examples of that. I also hear from small business owners across southeastern Michigan and Oakland County, where I'm proud to represent, that they're eager to hire and have high-wage jobs in the advanced manufacturing sector. These are jobs that are just waiting to be filled. And so this bill helps students get the degrees they need to succeed and become a part of America's next generation of workers and thinkers and doers and productivity partners and ready to meet those demands and the great competition that we are in as a country. So look, we need this legislation, and we need legislation that provides comprehensive solutions to ongoing challenges that actually lowers college costs for students and families. And I sincerely, at this point in time, urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment and to take the opportunity to demonstrate commitment to this current generation of learners, of educators, and concerned Americans who are struggling with the crushing cost of higher education. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from Michigan? I then will claim time in opposition to the amendment and yield myself 5 minutes. Post-secondary education should promote economic mobility, and this is particularly true for Pell Grant students. Pell Grants were begun to help students with access and to get started in their education. Throughout this Congress, we've held hearings where members on both sides of the aisle have spoken in support of the Pell Grant for low-income students. The purpose of the Pell Grant is to provide access to post-secondary education for those students who would otherwise not be able to afford to go to college. The Pell Grant has served this purpose in helping students earn their first credential and start a career. If many of us believe the Pell Grant can be a tool for economic mobility, then a student who's earned his or her undergraduate degree should thus be left with higher earnings and better career opportunities and no longer need access to the Pell Grants. Students who wish to pursue a graduate degree should not need access to this benefit. This amendment proposed to expand the use of the Pell Grant for graduate students. Let me say that again. This amendment would allow Pell Grants to go to graduate students. That's not where Pell Grants are needed. We must fix the underlying issue of providing taxpayer aid at the federal level to degree programs that do not provide economic mobility. I oppose the amendment and I yield back. I'm sorry, Ms. Hayes, do you seek recognition to speak on the amendment?
Yes, I would just like to make a comment in support of this amendment and just a slight
You're
correction.
recognized.
Thank you. I will say that while most people think graduate degrees are the students just choosing to continue their education, I can tell you that in my state of Connecticut, in order to be a classroom teacher, you must have a graduate degree. So there are many states where this is mandatory. So the idea that it's not a benefit to students and it's a choice. Teaching, once again, is a profession that helps all communities. And if we are going to continue to attract people into this profession, into the teaching profession, and retain them, we have to provide guardrails and supports along the way. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and just to really reframe the thinking around who are trying to attain these degrees and what they're used for. Because a master's degree in many cases is the basic minimum for many public service jobs. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. There being no further debate on the amendment, the questions on the amendment by the gentlelady from Michigan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, can I request a recorded vote?
Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California. Identifier DAMD_02.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Pell Grant is an essential tool to addressing affordability in higher education and is one of the cornerstones of our student financial aid system. Since its inception, Pell has been a key source of federal funding for students who might not otherwise be able to afford higher education, and it opens the doors to additional state and institutional aid. Many students exhaust their Pell eligibility before they can finish their programs. It could be because they're part-time, so they can continue to work to make ends meet. They're juggling multiple family responsibilities. They had to pause their education to care for a loved one, or their credits didn't transfer from one institution to another. For whatever reason it may be, these students deserve the chance to get to the finish line and complete their education. This amendment, which is also part of the Pell Grant Preservation and Expansion Act that I am proud to co-sponsor, would increase the semesters of eligibility for receiving Pell Grants from 12 to 18. This will ensure that all students who need additional time to achieve their degree will have the financial resources to do so. By affording them this flexibility, we can help more students achieve their dreams and demonstrate our commitment to helping students with exceptional need complete their education. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back.
Can't say no to me, but
Okay, I recognize myself in opposition. I appreciate my Democrats colleagues looking to support Pell students, but I must oppose the amendment. Post-secondary education should promote economic mobility, and this is particularly true for Pell students. Unfortunately, House Democrats failed to hold institutions accountable for the success of the Pell students who enroll at their institutions. Students who graduate faster have less debt. Increasing the maximum lifetime of the Pell Grant eligibility to 9 years goes in the wrong direction, and in fact could motivate schools to keep Pell students enrolled longer, and in the end earn more money through the additional borrowing they likely would have to have. Right now, less than one-half students enrolled in a baccalaureate program earn their degrees in 4 years, with most students taking additional debt and delaying entry into the workforce. By increasing the number of semesters of eligibility for Pell Grants to 18 semesters, taxpayers would be on the hook to pay for 9 years of full-time enrollment and further disincentivize on-time graduations. College must not be rewarded for the dismal time to graduate it is taking the majority of students. The College Cost Reduction Act makes important reforms to help students complete their programs of study and gain the skills necessary to succeed in the workforce, including through the performance-based promise grants to institutions with a track record of delivering student success. The promise grant rewards institutions that actually help Pell students graduate with lower debt and better jobs. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment that would instead subsidize nearly a decade of college enrollment on the dime of the American taxpayer. Pell students deserve institutions that are dedicated to their success. Thank you, and I yield back. Okay. Right here. Does anyone second recognition on the amendment? Okay. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. I recognize.
I would request a recorded vote.
A roll call order, a vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Okay. Who is it? For what purpose does Mr. Courtney seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk has an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Courtney of Connecticut. Identifier DAMD_05.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, there are items in this bill which, again, I am pleased to see, are embracing efforts that were made by the Biden administration to really make the operation of higher education student aid programs better. In particular, this bill eliminates interest rate capitalization, which again is something that is almost like a cancer that student loan borrowers experience in terms of just how the interest accumulates faster than the principal balance, and people who have been actually making payments for a number of years find themselves with their debt actually bigger than what it started out as. So kudos, to those who recognize that Secretary Cardona and President Biden are doing the right thing by eliminating that item. But we could do more. And I mentioned also earlier in my remarks the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which was created in 2017, enacted into law, signed by George Bush. And again, it basically set up a system where teachers, police officers, nurses, people who serve in the military who had student loan debt, as long as they were current and not in default, after 10 years would get their loans discharged. Fast forward to 2017, again, which was the first 10-year cohort of borrowers who would be eligible for discharge. We unfortunately had a Department of Education headed up by Betsy DeVos, who every budget that she sent over zeroed out the public service loan forgiveness program, and also basically set up a almost demented game of chutes and ladders for borrowers trying to get their loans discharged. So again, there's reporting by Politico that DeVos sued over student loan forgiveness program that denied 99% of applicants, and there was lawsuits that were filed to try and get the department to actually follow the law. Again, so many borrowers had actually planned their lives for 10 years, with the goal of getting the discharge. And unfortunately, despite the fact that there were court judgments against the Department of Education, it really wasn't until President Biden was elected and Secretary Cardona actually, basically did, I think, fantastic work in terms of trying to get this system working again. So as of, again, this month, about $49 billion of loans have been forgiven for teachers and nurses and police officers and people who served in the military. Because again, they basically played by the rules that were set up by a bipartisan coalition when the original College Cost Reduction Act was financed. So my amendment actually is is seeking to codify the positive steps that the President and Secretary Cardona have made to streamline the process, to make it transparent, to again, make it work, which again, as I said, they've actually really picked up the pace in terms of getting people relief who, again, are doing great work in our communities in the public service sector to make sure now that that's actually codified and that that's actually going to stay on the books. There's one particular item on there which I am interested in, which was to make sure that military service members whose payments are suspended when they are deployed, either overseas. In my district, I have the largest operating military installation in New England, the Groton Submarine Base. When those sailors are deployed on duty, again, their payments are suspended. And what Secretary Cardona did was to make sure that those months that they were deployed would be treated as qualifying months under the student loan program. So again, this amendment, again, respects the fact that our military families are bearing a great burden when people are deployed, and that they should not have their discharge delayed. And we again had a moment of silence this week for the 3 Army reservists from Georgia who were overseas in Jordan and unfortunately lost their lives protecting our country. And this bill actually, again, aligns the public service loan program to make sure that those individuals who are eligible for public service loan forgiveness during those times of deployments are, again, going to be protected in terms of discharge. So again, I hope all of us will come together and embrace the positive movement that's been made and support this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I thank the gentleman. I yield myself 5 minutes. I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. Public service loan forgiveness may have the good intentions of encouraging more students to enter occupations of need. Unfortunately, the program currently is filled with loopholes and allows lawyers and doctors to shoulder expensive degrees on the backs of taxpayers. Making it easier for high balances to be paid by taxpayers does nothing to address the root cause of debt: high prices for programs that fail to provide graduates the ability to pay off their loans. The CCRA will reduce college costs across the board, making it so that students in all occupations will be able to take out less debt and keep more money in their own pockets. House Republicans firmly believe education and workforce should be aligned, and they plan to explore, and we plan to explore PSLF reforms in a later bill. Happy to work with any interested members on PSLF language at a later point, but for this bill, I must oppose this amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition to speak on Mr. Courtney's amendment? Since there's no further debate on the amendment, the questions on the amendment by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Courtney requests a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed.
I have an amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida. Identifier DAMD_04.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
We have long touted a college degree as a ticket to the American dream. Unfortunately, that dream is further out of reach due to crippling student debt. The cost of attending college today is more than triple what it cost to attend college in 1980. And the burden of affording college falls particularly hard on women and people of color who take on disproportionately larger amounts of debt and are less likely to be able to pay off the debt throughout the course of their careers. That is why last year I introduced the Lowering Obstacles to Achievement Now, or the LOAN Act, with Ranking Member Scott to address some of the root causes of this growing student debt crisis by doubling the Pell Grant, improving loan forgiveness, reducing expenses, and slashing interest rates. I recognize that we can't just legislatively eliminate student loans every year. So the Loan Act is a long-term solution to lowering costs. We have to look out for the class of 2024, 25, and so on. What are their options for managing not just the cost of loans, but the cost of going to college? That's why we need the Loan Act, so we can remove the weight from the shoulders of our most promising young Americans and enable them to realize their full potential. These common sense reforms offered here and offered by my Democratic colleagues will help get us closer to securing the promise of higher education for all, so our hardworking, want-to-be-somebody students can thrive. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I stand opposed to the amendment offered by my colleague, Representative Wilson. Our post-secondary system is broken. Institutions charge extremely high prices because they know students and federal taxpayers will be forced to foot the bill. Students got locked into cycles of debt while institutions escaped scot-free. Of course, the Biden administration's continued efforts to transfer debt to taxpayers further exacerbates this problem and does nothing to address the root causes of debt. Our current system provides no incentives for institutions to care about their students' long-term success. Institutions promise their high prices are worth the investment, but have no need to follow through. The College Cost Reduction Act creates reasonable limits on borrowing to keep unaffordable debt down, while also rewarding institutions for giving their graduates a strong return on investment. The CCRA also has repayment plans focused on increasing a borrower's ability to pay while holding schools accountable. These annual and aggregate limits, coupled with the bill's risk-sharing mechanism that will ensure colleges have skin in the game, will prevent institutions from relying on taxpayers to fund massive tuition costs. This amendment strikes these limits and repayment plans and instead encourages borrowers to enter more debt for schools to charge higher levels of tuition. This is particularly true for many grad programs that are extremely expensive and have poor outcomes for their graduates. It's past time to stop ignoring the issue of college costs and the lack of accountability in post-secondary education. Let's hold institutions responsible. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak in support of or opposition to the amendment by the lady from Florida? There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Florida. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman from Florida asked for a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
The designation is Scott 17, please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens, would you repeat that?
The designation is Scott 17.
It's Scott, DAMD _ 017.
17.
Now being handled by Ms. Stevens. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 6951 offered by Mr. Scott of Ms. Stevens of Michigan, identifier DAMD _ 017.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ranking Member Scott for empowering this amendment, which is so near and dear to many of us on this committee, and particularly as we're moving forward with marking up the College Cost Reduction Act. Short and simple amendment, but just crucial to protecting the rights of our graduate student workers. Specifically, this amendment is just going to ensure that nothing in this legislation that we are considering today shall prevent graduate student workers from freely exercising their rights to organize and collectively bargain under the National Labor Relations Act. Over the last handful of years in particular, we have just seen tens of thousands of graduate student workers across the country successfully organize and bargain for fair contracts that uplift their and their families' material conditions. And again, this is something that so many of us on the committee have been close to and seen, particularly as costs are rising and as pressures are coming down on graduate students and those seeking to organize around the country. And just to shed some further light on this, in the second half of 2023, just last year, graduate student workers at MIT ratified a historic union contract that for the first time provided them with dental insurance. The contract also helped them secure third-party arbitration for harassment complaints, approximately 12% wage increase and a 70% public transportation subsidy, and a $10,000 child care grant based on need. Even though there's been a surge in recent years, graduate student workers have been coming together, have been banding together to exercise their NLRA rights since 1969, when the first student union was established at the University of Wisconsin. My amendment recognizes that American student workers are the embodiment of what makes the higher education system so special. The coalition of education and research, and unlike their counterparts in many countries, U.S. graduate workers often carry heavy teaching and research loads, spending 20 hours or more a week on duties only tenuously related to their field of study. We're also talking about accessibility, right? At higher education, elected office maybe as an example. You know, profession should be accessible to people. You shouldn't have to be born in to a rite of passage, to a program of higher education. We need to be recruiting talent from every geographic area throughout this country, from every demographic, and we shouldn't be impeding or expecting that students should come from wealthy families to be able to pursue degrees of higher education and these graduate degrees, because, right, they're going to be training the next generation. They're going to be educating the next generation. And as my great colleague from Connecticut reminded, that to teach in her school, to be a public school teacher in Connecticut, you have to have a graduate degree. So we need to be saying, hey, we want you to be able to succeed if you're getting this graduate degree and working, and we always know it's low pay, pay your dues, until, you know, it feels like your eyes are popping out of your head. You're being squeezed at every turn. You know, when and how do you get ahead? You start to look at these last 20 years, and it's been really challenging. So I'm thrilled to introduce this amendment to say, hey, we're not going to be preventing the rights of graduate students to organize, and I encourage my colleagues alongside our ranking member, Scott, our great ranking member, to continue to protect the rights of graduate student workers, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Michigan yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself time to speak in opposition to the amendment. While this is a cleverly drafted amendment, it brings into the debate policy issues that are not relevant to the topic at hand. We're here to discuss how we can lower college costs and bring new accountability to colleges and universities. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment from the gentlelady from Michigan? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Michigan. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentlelady requests a recorded vote. A vote on the amendment. The vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wilson, seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida, identifier DAMD_09.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Students who attend career education programs in Florida and around the nation deserve to receive quality hands-on training experiences that will lead to a gainful employment. Unfortunately, many career education programs, particularly ones at for-profit institutions, aren't preparing students for gainful employment in their chosen field, leaving them with low-paying jobs and debt they cannot repay. The gainful employment rule protects students, and particularly low-income students in Florida and students of color, from overpriced, low-quality programs at predatory for-profit colleges. The Biden administration estimates that under the new gainful employment rule, roughly 80% of failing certificate programs are in the for-profit sector, and about 55% of for-profit institutions have at least one program that fails to meet the basic standards of preparing students for their field of study. Repealing the gainful employment rule in conjunction with the gross deregulation of the higher education accountability system will surely have a negative impact on career-oriented students. This is not something we can afford to repeal. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. For decades, post-secondary education has operated under a system of selective accountability with flawed metrics. The result has been skyrocketing costs, lackluster completion rates, and unaffordable debt for the 95% of students who don't attend a proprietary school. Bad programs and the institutions that offer them should be held accountable. But that's not the goal of this amendment. Instead of holding institutions accountable for the things that matter, student outcomes, this amendment brings back regulations that arbitrarily target schools based on their tax status. This amendment seems to suggest that my colleagues across the aisle care more about protecting their favored colleges than they care about protecting students. The fact that they can't even bring themselves to apply gainful employment to all institutions provides a clear answer. It is also important for us, as members of Congress, to act as the legislative branch. Unfortunately, President Biden has decided time and time again that the executive branch should also hold the legislative pen. Congress has the task of creating laws that reflect the interests of the people. It is not the role of the executive pen. Democrats should support the sector-neutral accountability system proposed in the College Cost Reduction Act, which, rather than using the executive regulatory hammer to pick winners and losers, encourages all colleges to focus on their student success. I oppose this amendment and yield back. Ms. Bonamici, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Which amendment are we on? I'm sorry.
This is Ms. Wilson's amendment.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till the next one. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Florida. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry.
My apologies. I would like to speak because this is relevant to part of what you were saying about this current amendment we're debating. Can I be recognized?
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for the confusion. We're talking about a lot of different things here today. I wanted to respond, Madam Chair, to the conflation of somehow or another saying that for-profit institutions and nonprofit institutions are similarly regulated. You know, my colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly suggested that it's somehow unfair or unwise to apply accountability standards to for-profit institutions, but this argument completely ignores the reality that the sectors already operate under different oversight and accountability structures. For example, states have governance over authority over public institutions. Private nonprofit institutions are operated by trustees who are legally committed to the public interest. It's a very different situation with for-profit institutions. In the for-profit sector, college leaders can benefit personally from the operation of their institutions. These are differences in structure and incentives for for-profit colleges, and the for-profit colleges have consistently worse outcomes. It's clear that we must increase oversight for the for-profit sector and design accountability systems that reflect those inherent differences of the sector. So I urge my colleagues to work with us in this effort to protect students and taxpayers from what we have seen over the years to be serious problems with for-profit institutions. So I support the Wilson Amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
That's a recorded vote.
The gentlelady asks for a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the desk, Scott 06.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier DAMD_06.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, last year I introduced the Lowering Obstacles to Achievement Now with the Loan Act with Higher Education and Workforce Development Subcommittee Ranking Member Wilson. This bill would lower the cost of college for current and future borrowers through meaningful reforms to the student loan program. My amendment pulls from the Loan Act the provision to lower interest rates by tying interest rates for all new federal loans to the 10-year Treasury note, but ensuring that no new loan has an interest rate higher than 5%. It also allows both federal and private loan borrowers to take advantage of these lower interest rates by giving them a chance to refinance their own debt at better interest rates. High interest rates are a large part of why students can't afford to make their monthly student loan payments, and this is why it takes so long to pay off student loans. Under this amendment, more of each payment will go to actually paying off the loan and less to interest charges. This proposal, in conjunction with other provisions of the Loan Act that my colleagues will offer as other amendments, would be a very strong step to confront the student debt crisis for all borrowers. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of Ranking Member Scott's amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the years, I've heard many conversations about the cost of higher education, and one question that I get asked quite frequently is, why can't students refinance their loans at a lower interest rate? And that's a conversation that, frankly, has been bipartisan over many years. And people can't understand why you could refinance a home, for example, but you can't refinance a student loan. This is a good amendment that will actually help lower the costs of borrowing for student loan borrowers. I would like to see, of course, more grants, but at this point, I am strongly supporting Ranking Member Scott's amendment because it's very common sense that at least the borrowers should be able to refinance their loans to access better rates. And also the 5% cap is, I think, something that we should all be able to agree on to help student loan borrowers. So I strongly support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by my colleague from Virginia. The College Cost Reduction Act includes provisions to protect borrowers who can't pay the interest on their loans. It also makes sure schools are held accountable when their students graduate and are unable to pay. Our repayment plan in the College Cost Reduction Act make sure that borrowers who are struggling continue to see their balances go down. Reducing the interest rate does nothing for borrowers who can't make their payments. Instead, all it does is help wealthy borrowers who can already afford. Additionally, coupled with this bill's unrealistic refinancing proposal would cost an astronomical amount of money. We need reforms that protect students and taxpayers, and this amendment fails to do that. We need to lower the cost of education for everyone, not just work on those who borrow money. And with that, I yield back. Wish to speak on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia? There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Virginia requests a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Who's next? For what purpose does Ms. Leisure Fernandez seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Ledger 071.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, identifier Ledger _071.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know that the cost of higher education is daunting and often confusing for many families. When a recent high school graduate takes out student loans for college, it's likely the largest financial decision that that young person has made. It's a decision that will have lifelong consequences. Despite this fact, personal finance is not a core part of students' basic education in high school or college. But we can fix this. My amendment would include the Financial Fitness Act. This bill I introduced as a bipartisan bill in the 117th Congress, and it made significant progress. This bipartisan legislation would empower college students with information. It would create an accessible and comprehensive personal finance portal on the Department of Education's website. Students receiving financial aid could use the portal to improve their financial fitness to better prepare for their future. These financial decisions often impact an entire family, so students' families can also be able to access the portal. Students and their families will learn core concepts around saving, compound growth, budgeting, how to build credit, and managing loan repayment. We know that credit ratings play an important part in how much interest a student is charged. Students will learn how to build credit without being credit burdened. I worked for decades on affordable housing issues in New Mexico. We know that home buyers who go through a financial fitness program have reduced rates of delinquency, incredibly low rates, because they learn through this program how to make sure they build credit, manage their debt, make their payments on time, and they accumulate wealth in the process. So this is what financial well-being looks like, and sadly, we don't have enough of it. But we could do it if we added this to the Department of Education portal. We can take the lessons we learned in the homebuyer environment to the environment where we are actually seeking education and making sure that students are better prepared in life. I want every student and every family to build financial strength, so when they come out of higher education, they're in a position to thrive in the career path they've chosen, and they are in a financial path to success. Madam Chair, we've raised this amendment with you and your staff. We haven't had time to completely work it out. So what I'd like to do at this time is withdraw the amendment today and work with you as the bill moves forward.
I thank the gentlewoman from New Mexico. We do know that people who are about to enter into college and take on a large debt need good guidance and need to be literate and financially have financial fitness, as she says. And so I appreciate her withdrawing the amendment, and will continue to work with you on this issue.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you. Yes, the amendment's withdrawn.
Oh, and withdraw the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, identifier DAMD_07.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're marking up a higher education bill that I am concerned does not do what we need to expand opportunity and actually help our students pay for college. When we look at these bills, I'm thinking, how do we follow the money? I'm concerned that when we follow the money in this bill, we are noticing that it limits the upward mobility of low-income students and could push them into a predatory private loan market. We want to make sure that the promise that we are making in this bill is to the students. Education and the financial aid needed to access that education should not be a profit-making endeavor. Republicans have a promise grant in this bill, but it is a promise grant to colleges. It is not a promise grant to students. They do not provide, their promise grants do not provide any aid directly to students. Instead, colleges can use the grant funds for a wide range of areas. I recognize that colleges have a great need, but my concern is let's make sure that we get the funds to the students directly where they need it. That would be a promise that our students could hold on to. My amendment is a promise to students that we will make college more affordable and easier to access for them. It would strike Section 212 of the bill, which authorizes the so-called promise grants, and replace it with my bill, the America's College Promise Act. The America's College Promise Act is a bill that has been around, and I thank those on this committee who have championed and led on it in the past. I am using New Mexico as an example here. New Mexico, even though we're a small state, is actually a national leader in tuition-free education. Our opportunity scholarships cover 100% of tuition and fees for students up to a bachelor's degree. Since we removed the financial barriers to education, New Mexico has seen consistent growth in our college enrollment. This is a model that can take off nationwide. The America's College Promise Act builds on New Mexico's example to make sure that students across the country can attend community college without the burden of tuition and fees. My amendment would waive 2 years of tuition and fees for students at community and technical colleges through a new federal-state partnership. Community colleges provide federal technical training for essential careers like welders, electricians, and medical assistants. Community colleges also are the launch pad for higher education for many first-generation college students, from recent high school graduates to experienced workers who want to go back and get a higher degree. We need to make sure that the next generation of college students can actually afford higher education without being saddled with debt for the rest of their lives. My amendment would also create a grant to significantly reduce tuition and fees for low-income students enrolled at historically Black, tribal, and minority-serving colleges and universities. It's time for the federal government to follow New Mexico's example, to properly invest in these schools that are essential to unlocking opportunities for communities across the country. Education is the bedrock for a functional democracy. Education is essential for the workforce that we need today and tomorrow. A well-rounded education can make us more fulfilled, curious about the other curious about the world, as well as being successful in our career choices. By investing in our students through the America's College Promise Act, we are not only educating the next generation, we're also making sure that our civil society and our democracy will survive. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New Mexico? I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I'm very concerned that we must keep our focus on the fact that we need to reduce the costs of college and universities for everyone. The Promise Act that we have in the bill under consideration today does help give a maximum price guarantee for students. Democrats are going to claim that this amendment can simply waive tuition and fees. In reality, it's a handout to millionaire families and non-citizens at the expense of hardworking Americans, over half of whom do not hold a college degree. Research shows that for every dollar in federal subsidies, meaning taxpayer subsidies, tuition increases by 60 cents. In contrast to the College Cost Reduction Act, this amendment will do nothing to decrease college costs. Instead, we must look at the numerous problems plaguing America's post-secondary education system and how we can implement the systemic reform that does not just throw taxpayer dollars at the problem. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back. If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentlelady from New Mexico. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. A roll call vote is requested. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Mr. Takano seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk, Takano_08.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier DAMD_08.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intent behind my amendment strikes the repeal of the 90-10 and the bipartisan 90-10 veterans loophole fix. Repealing the 90-10 rule is antithetical to the proclaimed spirit of the College Cost Reduction Act. I have consistently advocated for closing the 90-10 loophole, a measure in which for-profit colleges would receive the majority of the GI Bill tuition money. The closing of the 90-10 rule loophole was widely celebrated as a bipartisan success. The rule was precipitated by approval in the Senate and House in March 2021, and consensus was reached during negotiated rulemaking on the issue, reflecting negotiation and concessions by both student veterans groups and for-profit colleges. For years, I have sounded the alarm on the for-profit system and how egregious the predatory actions of for-profit universities have defrauded and harmed students. And one of the reasons I ran for Congress was because I witnessed firsthand recruiters from for-profit colleges aggressively recruiting and luring my own students into low-quality programs. Too many women, minorities, and veterans have fallen prey. And as the former chairman of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, and now the ranking member, I've seen countless instances of our men and women in uniform being preyed upon and targeted for the sheer benefit of the GI Bill. These heroes were viewed as nothing more than dollar signs, viewed as a means to line the pockets of unscrupulous actors to increase their profit margins. And to add insult to injury, when some of these for-profits shut down, suddenly taxpayers are left to foot the bill. By closing this loophole, Congress deemed holding predatory for-profits accountable was necessary to safeguard federal education benefits and ultimately protect taxpayers and students. This loophole doesn't only harm veterans, it harms all students. And by exploiting this loophole and enrolling a student veteran, a school is enabled to enroll 9 more non-veterans. This puts a target on the backs of veterans and encourages schools to seek them out. We know students attending for-profit colleges are far less likely to graduate than those at public colleges and more likely to default on their loans across the board. For-profits are simply better at marketing than public institutions, and frankly, money is the motivating factor. We've repeatedly seen that these types of programs continue to fail students, but also collect their funds irrespectively and indiscriminately. The Brookings Institution has stated, quote, for-profit colleges enroll only 10% of students, but they account for half of all student loan defaults. 71% of students in for-profit colleges borrow federal loans, as compared to only 49% of students in 4-year public schools. The average amount borrowed by students in for-profit colleges is nearly $2,000 higher than the amount borrowed in 4-year public schools. These figures paint a harrowing picture, by the way, end quote, after public schools. These figures paint a harrowing picture of what is truly at stake with this legislation. The egregious loophole is even more harmful than it seems because student veterans utilizing their earned benefits don't have the same protection of loan discharge that student loan borrowers have to them. So, when a school fails a student veteran, their benefits are often lost forever. We know without question for-profit entities provide poor outcomes and pose financial risks on investment. For-profit universities stand as threats to students, specifically low-income students, women and veterans, and students of color. And might I add, they also jeopardize taxpayer money. We have seen the lasting damage to students who were victims of for-profit colleges and the difficulty they face when trying to get some relief for the student loan debt they have amassed when they were scammed by these institutions. Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment by the gentleman from California? I yield myself 5 minutes. I rise to oppose this amendment offered by my colleague from California. For decades, post-secondary education has operated under a system of selective accountability with flawed metrics. To be sure, bad programs and the institutions that offer them should be held accountable. All should be held accountable. But that's not the goal of this amendment. Instead of holding all institutions accountable for the things that matter, student outcomes, this amendment arbitrarily targets schools based on their tax status. Democrats should support the sector-neutral accountability system proposed in the College Cost Reduction Act, which, rather than using the regulatory hammer to pick winners and losers, encourages all colleges to focus on their students' success. Instead of harmful regulations, the College Cost Reduction Act holds all institutions accountable and focuses post-secondary education where it belongs, student success. I'm opposed to the amendment to reinstate these harmful regulations, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier DAMD_027.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. What my amendment seeks to do is quite simple. The amendment seeks to ensure the bill shall not take effect until the U.S. Department of Education of Inspector General, in consultation with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of Inspector General, certifies that such implementation shall not result in fraud and abuse of students who are veterans. This amendment should be one that every member of this committee supports. Having the Office of Inspector General in both the Office of Inspector Generals in both the Education Department and Veterans Affairs Departments will review this legislation is critical. The impact of this bill would be far-reaching in scope and impact, and it is of the utmost importance for veterans to be protected. My leadership on the House Veterans Affairs Committee has uniquely positioned me to consistently advocate for student veterans on this dais. And one of my top priorities as ranking member is to ensure our student veterans are protected from unscrupulous actors in the public domain. And more often than not, when a school fails a veteran, their benefits are ultimately lost forever. No student veterans should be subjected to any forms of fraud and abuse. These individuals have worn the uniform of our nation and must be treated with the utmost respect and care. This care should extend to all avenues, including into the educational spheres of public society. I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from California yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? I will submit my comments for the record, but will say that I am opposed to the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Madam Chair, I ask for a record.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, but the gentleman from California requests a roll call vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Adams, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina, identified DAMD_016.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The loan repayment changes in the College Cost Reduction Act are very concerning for several reasons. For one, they eliminate any possibility for borrowers in the so-called repayment assistance plan from ever seeing time loan forgiveness, which is a crucial benefit under all existing income contingent repayment plans. This means that many low-income borrowers will now be paying off their loans well into old age and into retirement. As a result, they're already using Social Security to pay off student loans. Americans in their 70s and 80s are still paying off student loans, and the federal government can garnish their Social Security checks? Well, that's a problem. My common sense amendment would ban the federal government from garnishing a borrower's Social Security wages for the purposes of collecting on defaulted loans. Though through this change, borrowers will know that their well-earned Social Security benefits go towards life's basic necessities to living in the present and not in the past. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina? Well, I will again submit additional comments, but I yield myself 5 minutes. You know, the whole purpose of the bill under discussion is to reduce the cost of a college education and to make sure that people can pay back their loans, hopefully well before they are into getting Social Security. But of course, we have a wide variety of people attending college now. Only about 25% of them are going to college full-time straight out of high school. So 75% of people who are going to college now are not what we consider traditional students. My goal in this bill, and the goal of Republicans, is to reduce the costs so that people aren't paying long-term into high debt that they might accrue as a result of colleges and universities taking advantage of taxpayers by continuing to raise their prices. Therefore, I oppose this amendment because I think we want to strike at the underlying cause and not at what I consider a straw dog issue. And I yield back.
Yeah, put it vote.
Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. The purpose of this amendment it really is caused by part of the underlying bill, which eliminates the discharge after a certain number of years. Under this, if you're making your prescribed payment, you may never pay off your loan and will go into retirement, and that's why the protection of Social Security benefits is so important. And I would hope we would either eliminate the provision where you eliminated the discharge. Under the present law, if you've paid your loan for 20 years, you can get the rest is discharged. Once you eliminate that, after 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, you're still paying into Social Security. I'd hope we'd adopt the amendment to at least protect Social Security benefits from garnishment. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Ask for a recorded vote.
There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Ms. Adams, the gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina. Identifier DAMD_024.
The gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burdensome student debt loan is dragging down millions of Americans' best and brightest, preventing borrowers across generations from qualifying for the credit that they need to buy a house, lease a car, or start a business. Student debt is crippling generations of Americans. Going to college and getting an education should be one of the most transformative human experiences. But endless predatory practices have instead made it a burden. Between the Supreme Court ruling against student loan forgiveness and their decision to change college admissions for the worse, they too are helping to turn college and university into another barrier that keeps families out of the middle class. We who have the power should be building pathways to the middle class and not sabotaging them. And that's why I was proud to introduce the Student Loan Rehabilitation and Credit Score Improvement Act in the Clean Slate series and offer it as an amendment to the underlying bill. The bill ensures that all negative credit reporting related to a previously defaulted student loan is removed from a borrower's credit history once the borrower has completed student loan rehabilitation. That is fair. In conjunction with other loan rehabilitation reforms, this will help millions of borrowers hit the reset button and unlock a brighter future for themselves and for their families. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the amendment from the gentlelady from North Carolina? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in opposition to the amendment. There are many repayment options currently available to borrowers. Borrowers who are in default are borrowers who have not made any payments on their loans in 270 consecutive days. This amendment would require credit reporting agencies to remove any adverse student loan history from borrowers' credit report, including student loan default, when a borrower rehabilitates his or her loan. The Biden administration is also attempting to take this action in their so-called Operation Fresh Start, but this action and this amendment are both disastrous changes. While the amendment sponsor may mean to help student borrowers, this amendment would have a harmful impact on the financial future of the student borrower. Lenders will have no way to distinguish whether a borrower was indeed current on his or her loan payment or unable to pay them back as scheduled. This removes a factor private lenders and credit rating agencies regularly use to evaluate the financial health of the individual, and in turn may result in the individual taking on more debt than they can afford. Lenders may also lose faith in the credit reports they receive with the removal of the information this amendment would require. This will increase the cost of credit, particularly for borrowers who have limited credit histories, which often includes the very population this administration claims to be helping: minorities, young professionals, and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Student loans are often the first test of a consumer's credit worthiness, and millions of Americans build a strong credit profile through faithful repayment of these loans. Repayment of federal student loans helps borrowers establish the credit history necessary to purchase a home, an automobile, or finance a new business. Operation Fresh Start in this amendment guts these benefits and harms every hardworking American looking to take out a loan. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment and I yield back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Mariana Islands seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951, offered by Mr. Sablon of Northern Mariana Islands, identifier Sablon_033.
The gentleman from the Mariana Islands is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no disagreement here that a quality post-secondary education is a transformational tool that must be made available to all students across the nation, regardless of where they live. My amendment would help ensure, it's not the first time appearing in this committee, but it would help ensure that students in the Marianas and American Samoa, the two United States territories that have no four-year institutions of higher education, are empowered to pursue higher education. Modeled after the District of Columbia Tuition Assistance Grant Program, the DC-TAG, this amendment will send funds to American public institutions of higher education to cover the difference in the cost of in-state and out-of-state tuition. They would only go to the third year and fourth year of their college education, the qualifying students. K-12 systems in both the Marianas and American Samoa produce high school graduates eager to pursue higher education, yet neither territory has an accredited four-year institution. This leaves students no affordable option, forcing them to suffer significant personal costs to pursue a college degree beyond 2 years. Simply put, four-year degrees are all too often cost prohibitive for deserving students in these territories, even after factoring in federal student aid. And in my district, there are families that have gross household income of $30,000 to $35,000, $40,000 a year. Colleges cost at least $10,000 to $15,000 a semester. You know, good colleges, $10,000 to $15,000 a semester. I just, that altogether just removes most of the chances of anybody getting a four-year education if they cannot afford it and cannot leave either the Marianas or American Samoa. So the improved educational access that this amendment makes possible is especially impactful for our students, the majority of whom live before the federal poverty line. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member seek recognition to speak on the amendment by the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands? I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I oppose this amendment by my colleague from the Northern Mariana Islands. Citizens from the Northern Mariana Islands and other territories already have access to federal student aid funded by taxpayers. The reforms in the CCRA will directly help lower college costs for them as well, ensuring that any schools they attend with taxpayer dollars are held accountable for their success. Dumping more taxpayer funds on them does not help address student debt. It's important to focus on the real culprit, increasing costs. I appreciate my colleagues' intent to support student success, but this program is not the best way to do so. Performance-based funding is the best way to ensure institutions are actually helping students graduate with less debt and better economic opportunities. The Streamlined Promise Grant Program in the CCRA rewards institutions for strong earnings outcomes, low tuition, and enrolling and graduating low-income students. This includes institutions that show good success for students from the Northern Mariana Islands. Providing the funds through yet another government program without strong ties to outcomes means that students may not actually be helped. Instead of creating another federal program, I urge my colleagues to support the CCRA to give strong institutions flexible ways to support their students and actually address the root of college cost. I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further debate, the questions on the amendment by the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I must have misheard you wrong, but there were more ayes than me, so I asked for a recorded vote. Just to be clear, I love you too.
The gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. McBath of Georgia, identifier DAMD_11.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the majority's insistence on hamstringing the department's efforts to protect students makes it difficult for my Democratic colleagues and I to join them in finding common ground to support this bill. As written, the College Cost Reduction Act would block multiple programs and rules that are assisting millions of Americans in making better decisions about their education while shielding them from bad actors that have been allowed to operate in this space for far too long. My amendment is very simple. It would prevent this bill from blocking the Department of Closed School Discharge Rule, a program that assists students in getting back on their feet after being taken advantage of by an institution that purposefully misrepresented themselves. A few years ago, Argosy University unexpectedly closed all of their campuses across the country, including the one that was in my district that had over 1,500 students. Without warning, tuition-paying students were notified that the school was closing indefinitely and that they would not be able to finish their degree at that institution. Not only that, but they were also informed that their credits would not be transferable, and their federal student aid would not be refunded, or neither would their loans be forgiven. Almost overnight, thousands of students were told that the degree that they've been sacrificing so much for would never, ever come, that their hours of credits and years of work would not transfer, but that their financial aid would not be refunded, and they would still be required to pay off those loans. Instead of being on track to accomplish their goal of bettering themselves through education, they were now objectively worse off than they were before they applied to college through absolutely no fault of their own. These are not isolated incidents either. According to the GAO, more than 250,000 students have experienced an abrupt school closure since 2004, many of whom who did not even bother to enroll after the closure. Studies show that less than half of the students who experienced a campus closure subsequently re-enrolled, meaning that these school closures were undoubtedly forcing students out of school when they would otherwise still be enrolled. Another analysis showed that only 1% to 6% of students impacted by for-profit closures were able to transfer to another school. Thankfully, Secretary Cardona and the department have established rules to protect students from being taken advantage of like this and keep them on track to graduate. But this bill would definitely undo all of that. Without an easy-to-navigate automatic pathway for students to find recourse, victims of school closures will continue to be more likely to default on their loans and less likely to finish their degrees and graduate. This section of the bill flies directly in the face of the mission of higher education and this committee, and I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia? I yield myself 5 minutes. I'm opposed to this amendment. To be sure, bad programs and the institutions that offer them should be held accountable. When schools close for circumstances outside of students' control, students should have proper avenues in response. The Trump administration made common sense changes to this regulation. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has dramatically expanded this regulation in an attempt to unlawfully transfer student debt onto taxpayers. I'm opposed to this amendment to reinstate such harmfully expansive regulations, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment from the gentlelady from Georgia? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Georgia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
In the opinion, all those say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady from Georgia requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote's ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier DAMD_015.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little disappointed that there aren't more people here because I have a very exciting and excellent bipartisan bill that I'm been working on for a while. It's called the RISE Act, and this amendment would actually add the RISE Act, which is Respond, Innovate, Succeed, and Empower Act, to the College Cost Reduction Act. I'm excited about this because it's a very good bill, and I hope everyone supports this amendment. Students with disabilities face many barriers to earning a degree or credential after high school. The RISE Act is bipartisan legislation that will ease the transition from high school to college for students with disabilities by allowing college students to use existing documentation of a disability when seeking accommodations on campus. This is going to make it easier for them to access the support services they need, because currently students are required to obtain oftentimes expensive new evaluations before they can access special education services. So easing the burdensome, expensive, and often redundant requirements students frequently face when entering college will save families hundreds or even thousands of dollars. The RISE Act requires higher education institutions to distribute clear information to students and families about their processes for providing accommodations, and it requires institutions to report more complete data about students with disabilities, including the number of students with disabilities who receive accommodation and earn a certificate or degree. This information will be very helpful for students and families when they're deciding where to apply to college and how to navigate the process for receiving accommodation. So, Madam Chair, I want to thank my co-leads of the bill, Representatives Bouchon, Courtney, McMorris-Rogers, and Molinaro, for their advocacy on this issue. I do hope that all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join us in this bipartisan effort to address college access and affordability for students with disabilities and their families. This is not only good for the students and families, it's a good government amendment, Madam Chair, because it streamlines this process and really will help these families students access higher education and save families money. So thank you. I hope everyone ends up supporting this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon yields back her time. I want to say to the gentlelady, I have had my consciousness raised about this issue since I was in graduate school a long, long time ago, and had classmates who had various disabilities that made me very aware of challenges that they faced. However, I think this is not the time to do this amendment. I'd like to work with you on it. Republicans support the intent of this language. We agree that students with disabilities should face fewer hoops to jump through when documenting their disability to their college or university and receiving their legally required accommodations. As I said, I've been aware of this for a long time. Unfortunately, this bill has what I believe are unintended consequences. First, this bill could force colleges and universities to accept long, outdated documentations from students who are claiming disability status, but who do not, in fact, have a qualifying disability under federal disability law. Second, the bill removes almost all discretion from colleges and universities in determining if a student qualifies as a student with disability. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which imposes a stricter legal framework on K-12 schools than college and universities face under Section 504 of the Americans with Disabilities Act, gives K-12 schools more discretion than this bill provides colleges and universities. We can debate if this is a pro or con with respect to this amendment, but that's the point. We should debate it among ourselves and with outside experts so we can fully understand the consequences of such a decision. I'm happy to work with any interested member on this language as the College Cost Reduction Act moves to the floor, but unfortunately, until supporters of the amendment allow this process to play out, I must urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In support of the amendment and yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Oregon.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott. Madam Chair, with all due respect, I think this is a perfect opportunity to include the RISE Act. And I will note again that had we had a hearing on the College Cost Reduction Act, we could have done that at the time. But as this bill moves forward, I would hope that something this bipartisan and this important could be considered. This is something that we've been talking about on a bipartisan basis for years, and I would hope, Madam Chair, that we could move this along and work on it as it moves through the process, because it is important to families. It's definitely relevant to reducing the cost of college for families with students with disabilities. So I thank Ranking Member Scott for yielding the time, and I really hope that we can move this forward today, Madam Chair. It's very important for those students and for the families to help students succeed and to save money for the families with the important cost of evaluation. So I hope again, Madam Chair, that we can move this along, and I yield back to Ranking Member Scott.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentlelady requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identified DAMD_12.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very disheartened by the massive attempt to deregulate higher education, rewinding the clock to return students to the chaotic DeVos Department of Education, including by the repealing of the borrower defense to repayment rule. Borrower defense is a critical targeted tool to protect students who are the victims of fraud, misrepresentation, and illegal conduct by their universities. I met with some of these students from now defunct colleges, including the Seattle Art Institute in my district. Their lives have been upended by the previous administration's failure to protect and relieve these college scam victims. They enrolled in arts programs that never taught them the skills that they would need to stand out in the job market. In the end, they were saddled with tens of thousands of dollars of student debt and a worthless degree, while their college executives simply left them in the dust with their profits. I also recall how the DeVos's 2019 rewrite to the borrower defense rule would have made it impossible for defrauded borrowers to receive the relief to which they were legally entitled. It set an absurdly short statute of limitations and established a higher burden of proof for harmed student loan borrowers than any other consumer protection law. Only 3% of student loans associated with illegal institutional conduct would have been forgiven under the previous administration's rewrite. The DeVos rule was so severely harmful that the House and the Senate voted on a bipartisan basis to pass a CRA overturning it in 2020. I am proud that the Biden administration's regulations improved the implementation of borrower defense to bring critical help to students who are harmed by unscrupulous colleges. This includes discharges for 560,000 former Corinthian college students, totaling $5.8 billion, after the now defunct chain was found to have engaged in such widespread misrepresentation about student outcomes, such as job placement rates. Since 2022, the Biden administration has provided over $14.5 billion in discharges to nearly 1.1 million eligible borrowers through borrower defense. Repealing the borrower defense to repayment rule will make it harder for borrowers who have been defrauded or misled by their schools, just like Corinthian, to seek justice. And it will prevent bad actors from being held accountable for fraud and abuse. It is vital that this tool for recourse to make borrowers whole remains intact. We will continue to fight for the people. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any other member, Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I strongly support the amendment made by my colleague from Washington because the borrower defense rule has been a critical tool to protect students who are victims of fraud or misrepresentation or illegal conduct by colleges they chose to attend and invested in. The Biden administration's regulations improved implementation of the borrower defense to bring critical help to students who were harmed by unscrupulous institutions. This includes discharges for more than 550,000 former Corinthian college students, totaling about $5.8 billion after the now defunct chain was found to have engaged in widespread misrepresentation about student outcomes like job placement rates. That affected a lot of Oregonians, Madam Chair and colleagues. In total, the Biden administration provided more than $14 billion in discharges to nearly 1.1 million eligible borrowers through borrower defense. These predatory institutions in particular target veterans and oftentimes military-connected students for federal dollars. There's a saying that nothing more than dollar signs in uniform. So reversing this borrower defense to repayment rule would expose veterans to heightened risk of being taken advantage of by fraudulent institutions. And students have talked about something, for example, ITT Tech. One student said, quote, when her Army career was cut short by a medical discharge in 2005, Tasha Burkhalter decided to pursue a degree that she hoped would lead to a career as an FBI agent. ITT Technical Institution promised a flexible class schedule that would meet her needs as a working single mother. Officials also said her GI benefits would cover the full cost of tuition. She testified at the Department of Education. She graduated in 2010 with a degree that companies didn't view as valid, and to her surprise, $100,000 in debt. That is completely unacceptable. There's another story about Brian Whitehead, is a 42-year-old Atlanta-based construction equipment rental specialist. He also enrolled in ITT Tech after he left the Army. The transition was difficult. The school claimed that 90% of students get jobs after graduating with salaries about $60,000 to $70,000, and they told him the GI Bill would cover his cost of education. But guess what? When he graduated, he had $90,000 in debt, and $52,000 is the product of federal loans that could be canceled through borrower defense. So I want to note, Madam Chair and colleagues, that the Department of Education has made progress working on these claims, but we want to make sure that these students who have, they're in a situation where they invested their time, they invested money and hope, and then ended up with a degree that got their certificate that got them nothing, and a boatload of debt. So that's unacceptable. I want to support this amendment strongly so that the borrower defense rule remains for these students who have become victims of these unscrupulous institutions. So please support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? I'll yield myself 5 minutes. I rise to oppose this amendment offered by my colleague from Washington. Borrower defense was invoked by an agency as, quote, authority, end quote, to institute a complex regulatory scheme to achieve presidential priorities, which was re-regulated from administration to administration, creating a game of regulatory ping pong. It was expanded under the Obama administration and has now been expanded further under the Biden administration. Such changes at the stroke of the executive pen have cost tens of billions of dollars. The authority language for borrower defense certainly cannot be interpreted to give the department the authority to restructure a program completely to the tune of billions of dollars. Additionally, the Biden administration has continued to stonewall Congress on oversight for this topic, That is why House Republicans were forced to issue a subpoena for documents last October. The Biden administration pays lip service to accountability, but saddles institutions with countless onerous regulations that do nothing to improve outcomes for students and instead cost taxpayers billions. Democrats should support the accountability system proposed in the College Cost Reduction Act, which encourages all colleges to focus on their students' success. I'm opposed to this amendment to reinstate such harmfully expansive regulations, and I yield back. Are there other members that wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from Washington? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identifier JAYAPA_086.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm disappointed that we are considering a bill that would erase the work that institutions have done to support students, and particularly those from underrepresented backgrounds. As proposed, this bill would require colleges to pay off any unpaid student loans. Black, Latino, and some AANHPI groups like Fijian and Micronesian students already face barriers to college completion. In particular, Black borrowers are 5 times more likely to default than white borrowers. If implemented, this would make colleges more selective of who they admit, to the point of treating these communities like a statistic instead of individuals who have earned admission and are looking to achieve economic mobility from their programs. It runs counter to the goals of making a truly accessible higher education program for those who stand to benefit the most. Now, I'm pleased to see that my Republican colleagues have recognized in this bill that collecting and reporting student-level data in college would help close the education gap. The reporting provisions are a step in the right direction for informing education leaders and policymakers on how to best support students. But this section could be improved by collecting and disaggregating admissions data to help colleges support all students, including students of color. That is why I'm offering this amendment, which would collect admissions data from colleges. It would also disaggregate that data by race and ethnic subgroup. Shedding light on who applies for college programs and who gets admitted will help inform changes that colleges should be making to support diversity on their campuses. Disaggregating data is especially important to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. Despite the AANHPI community including more than 50 diverse, culturally rich groups, the data that we gather and the way in which we talk about these people hides them under one broad word: Asian. Broadening AANHPI communities under one term perpetuates the, quote, model minority myth that hides structural barriers that are faced by very distinct AANHPI communities. For example, income inequality in AANHPI communities nearly doubled from 1970 to 2016. Burmese, Nepali, Hmong, and Bangladeshi Americans make less than half of what other AANHPI groups make on average. The myth also persists in education. Some AANHPI groups have high rates of college completion, but less than 15% of Fijian, Micronesian, and other Pacific Islanders complete college. There's a long-held discrimination stemming from lumping all of these groups into one broad Asian category. Bringing transparency to this information is critical to identify which communities are struggling to get admitted into any given college program, and then designing our solutions so they can meet the needs of those communities. Shedding light on admissions data will also help colleges understand the experiences of their students across underrepresented communities more broadly and inform support and outreach for these groups. Race-conscious admissions was an important tool for helping all students of color have a shot at transformational education. Following the Supreme Court decision that ended race-conscious admissions, it's tougher to advance racial equity and general access in their programs. In my home state of Washington, our race-conscious admissions ban has led to very poor admission rates for underrepresented students. One study found that the ban grew the gap in underrepresentation to the point of doubling in nearly 20 years. Washington has since invested in programs like guaranteed admissions to support economic mobility of communities of color, but there's just a clear need to continue closing the education gap. And data disaggregation, as technical as it may seem, is an important tool to achieving this result. I hope my colleagues will accept this simple amendment so colleges can better understand each community's distinct challenges. My amendment would be an opportunity to ensure that colleges have accurate data to help them meet the needs of all students. I thank the chair and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any member who wishes to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from Washington? I recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. House Republicans support a robust data system, which is why this bill authorizes the college scorecard and ensures institutions give strong program outcomes for taxpayer-funded, federally aided students. This data will show the proper measure of success for all students instead of divisively separating students by race. It's also important that students who do not receive federal student aid do not have to submit their information to the government. Applying admissions data to non-federally aided students is burdensome and invasive. I oppose this amendment and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentlelady from the state of Washington. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identifier JAYAPA_087.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill includes a damaging provision for students living in high cost of living areas like mine. It limits how much a student can borrow, and it could even reduce their Pell Grant if the award exceeds the median cost of attendance for the country. My amendment would allow the Secretary to ease this financial aid reduction for students living in these high cost of living areas. Cities already deal with the burden of heightened costs. Limiting how much aid they receive based on a national average punishes students who choose to go to college in cities. This is especially true for Pell students who are lower income and already face significant barriers to completion. The value of the Pell Grant has not kept up with the rising cost of college, in large part due to living expenses. If this bill were enacted without my amendment, college students everywhere, but especially in high cost of living areas, would face more barriers to completion. Consider what it might be like for a student attending a college in a high cost area. 1 in 5 students already struggle with housing insecurity. Nationally, it costs an average of $1,486 to rent a 2-bedroom apartment, but in Seattle, it's almost a third more at $1,889. There is no state where a student parent can work 10 hours at minimum wage and afford both tuition and childcare at a public institution. Let me say that again. There is no state in the country where a student parent can work 10 hours at minimum wage and afford both tuition and childcare at a public institution. Childcare averages $17,171 per child annually in America. But in Seattle, it goes upwards of $30,000, double. 34% of college students experience food insecurity. Throughout the country, a 4-person family with 2 children averages spending $691 on food monthly. But in Seattle, metro area families spend $964 on food monthly. Commuting can take up to 17% of a student's budget. Gas prices are a national average of $3.13, but a gallon of gas averages $4.22 in the Seattle Bellevue metro area. I'm also looking at cities represented by Republican House members where these costs are also high. In fact, I appreciate my colleague across the aisle for acknowledging earlier today that his constituents also struggle with student loan payments while also grappling with higher rents. So, for example, in Rockland, California, a 2-bedroom apartment costs $2,310 to rent. Feeding a family of 4 costs $1,210 a month, and childcare averages $26,016 per child per year, and gas is $4.54 per gallon. In Cypress, California, 2-bedroom rent is $2,440. A family of 4 costs $1,073 monthly to feed, and childcare is $28,452 a year, and gas averages $4.55. So it is students in both red and blue districts across the country, urban and rural, that are going to be treated unfairly with this bill, as will those traveling from rural areas to attend colleges in cities. I understand that committee Republicans share our concern of the rising costs of tuition, but erasing aid to college students in cities is a terrible approach. They claim this bill would force colleges to lower tuition, but this makes no sense for public institutions. Public colleges don't set their own budgets, states do. For example, our state limits their maximum tuition increases. That helped result in 68% of undergrads at the University of Washington graduating without student debt, a fight that I helped to fight for when I was in the Washington State Senate. If my Republican colleagues are so concerned about the rising cost of attendance, perhaps they might consider co-sponsoring my College for All bill. It would address the root causes of public tuition growth and incentivize lower tuition while making it affordable for working families. It also doubles the Pell Grant to help shoulder these other rising costs of college outside of tuition. None of these provisions would punish the students who live in cities and other high-cost areas. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Washington? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the Jayapal amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment because, as my colleague from Washington State noted, there are different costs of living in different areas. In the district I represent, for example, I have Portland and the Portland State University, a large urban campus, and I have Clatsop Community College and Tillamook Community College in very rural areas. Now, I admit that the cost of housing is high everywhere and it's hard to find affordable housing, but just the general costs of living really do vary. We do not want to discourage students who live in urban areas or want to attend urban colleges or universities from applying to those schools. So this is a common sense amendment that allows the Secretary to consider students in high cost of living areas when determining the median cost of college attendance. It seems like everyone should support this regardless of what their district looks like because it's a matter of equity for those students. And I encourage everyone to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Virginia seeks recognition. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Madam Chair, the provision in the underlying bill that caps student aid at 50% at the median cost means that half the students are going to have higher costs. Those in higher income areas will not be able to go to college because they can't get the financial aid unless they go into the private loan market where they don't have any of the consumer protections that the federal student loan program provides. This would allow the secretary to consider the high cost of living areas so that they can get the aid they need to attend college. Otherwise, you're just relegating them to either not going to college at all or facing the higher cost, lower consumer protection, private loans. I would hope we'd adopt the amendment. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. Our economy is in a mess, and costs are very high because of the Biden administration's policies, which have driven up the cost of everything. While this amendment may sound appropriate on its face, it would increase the complexity of financial aid that this bill is simplifying. Moreover, it could have the perverse effect of increasing living costs in low-cost areas and rewarding localities and states with housing policies that artificially raise costs for families. With the median cost of college, as proposed in the CCRA, students will know exactly how much aid they will have before they enroll, and it's consistent across all program types and institutions. We don't have a problem with access. We have plenty of access. We're not going to shut people out of going to colleges and universities, no matter where they live. There are lots of ways to get a college education in this country, and we don't need to make things any more complicated or attempt to bail out the Biden administration and its bad policies. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back. On the amendment. If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Omar of Minnesota, identifier DAMD_014.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
I'm extremely disappointed that the underlying bill prohibits the Secretary from making virtually any changes to the student loan program. My amendment would strike the section in this bill that prohibits the Secretary from developing new or modifying existing repayment plans. This prohibition is highly concerning as it would prevent any administration from making any improvements to the student loan repayment, from common sense changes to bold debt relief reforms. Flexibility such as the student loan payment pause, student debt cancellation, and the new SAFE plan that was critical to students and borrowers across the country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Without the ability to modify, the borrowers might be stuck with the same repayment plan that might not be suitable for their financial situation. This prohibition is a political attack against President Biden for providing monumental changes to the student loan program that benefits borrowers. The administration has been working tirelessly to make significant reforms to the loan program that aim to benefit borrowers and ease their financial burden by canceling nearly $137 billion in student loan debt. It is sad to see my colleagues work this tirelessly to force student loan borrowers to have higher and unaffordable bills. I strongly urge the removal of this section to ensure that the Secretary has the authority to make practical changes that support borrowers during times of need. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I've asked the clerk to redesignate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 6951 offered by Ms. Omar of Minnesota, identifier DAMD_022.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, DAMD_022? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I think I moved to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I support the amendment, and I want to note that I'm very concerned about the Section 301 risk-sharing agreement provisions of this bill. I'm extremely concerned about how this could disproportionately affect smaller institutions, especially those serving minority populations. As the representative from Washington said in the debate on a prior amendment, state colleges and universities don't set their tuition. Those are done by the state. And as a former state legislator, I know the challenges of trying to balance the budget while funding appropriately K-12, higher education, health and human services, public safety and corrections, et cetera. So the budget is not that flexible for our institutes of higher education. I'm concerned that it would send a message to these smaller institutions that they're not going to be have the flexibility to serve all of the students who need to be served there. I'm also extremely concerned that as written, this section would encourage institutes of higher education to close programs in fields that may be lower earning. For example, teaching, social work, and other public service programs. And I've reiterated in this committee multiple times that we should not be ranking colleges based on how much graduates make. I think it's important information to know. However, if someone goes into teaching or joins a Peace Corps, does something philanthropic that does not have a high salary, it does not mean that they did not get a good education. So I'm concerned about the message that we're sending, that these colleges might have to pay back loans from students who did not graduate. That is, to me, setting the clock back on how we should be approaching college education and making a well-rounded, important college education important. I also just want to express concern about having us as members of Congress talk about what students should study in college. That's not our decision to make as members of Congress. That should be up to the student, their advisor, and what they plan to do. So I'm very concerned for under-resourced institutions, oftentimes community colleges, HBCUs, minority-serving institutions. They will then have increased administrative and financial burden. How are they going to recoup lost revenue? It's just, to me, a very regressive policy, and I'm going to support this amendment, but again, have concerns about the underlying bill, particularly this provision that would require this so-called risk sharing. In fact, to me, it's not risk sharing, but putting additional risk on the institutions who are not in a position to manage it and are there to serve their students. So again, please support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. I stand opposed to the amendment offered by my colleague from Minnesota. We in Congress represent the legislative branch of the government. It's our responsibility to pass laws that reflect the interest and will of the people. Unfortunately, President Biden has decided time and time again the executive branch should also hold the legislative pen. President Biden has attempted to circumvent Congress with his illegal student debt transfer scheme, even after then Speaker Nancy Pelosi said Congress alone holds that authority. Even when the Supreme Court struck down this abuse of power, the Biden administration remains undeterred. The Biden administration's misnamed, quote, save, end quote, plan is the costliest regulation in history, all with the stroke of a pen. In fact, taken together, the president has attempted to cancel as much as $1 trillion in student loan debt. When asking taxpayers to spend this magnitude of money, it should not come from the Oval Office. The CCRA makes it clear that Congress holds the power of the purse and the executive branch should not legislate above the will of the people. I also need to address the issue on risk sharing that's been brought up in relation to this amendment. For too long, institutions have been given free rein to charge students too much for degrees with little to no financial value, resulting in unaffordable debt for borrowers that is ultimately passed on to taxpayers. When it comes to the claims that risk sharing will reduce access, it actually does the opposite. The bill pairs financial penalties with financial rewards through the Performance-Based Promise program, directly tied to enrolling and graduating low-income students. Almost no programs at community colleges will face risk-sharing payments in their graduates under the bill. The majority of open access institutions will receive increased funding under the CCRA. Taxpayers are spending well over $100 billion each year for students to pursue a post-secondary education. It's past time to stop ignoring the issue of college costs and the lack of accountability in post-secondary education. Therefore, I urge my colleague to oppose the amendment, support the underlying bill, and I yield back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment from the gentlewoman from Minnesota? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Chairwoman, I ask for recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have amendment Omar 014 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Omar of Minnesota, identifier DAMD_014.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Student parents balancing children and coursework experience unique post-secondary challenges. As a pregnant and a parent student, I know the challenges of navigating the education system while balancing my caregiving responsibilities. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that one of the reasons we are here today is to help address low college completion rates. If that is the case, we must ensure that students in all stages of life have access to necessary support. One of those groups of students are student parents. A few weeks ago, this committee marked up the Pregnant Student Rights Act, a bill that my Republican colleagues claimed helped ensure pregnant students are supported in pursuing both motherhood and education. However, the bill did not provide any additional resources to help ensure that pregnant students and parenting students have what they need to finish their education. We must especially make sure that parenting students, including those who are low income, have access to childcare. Research has shown that low income parenting students often face barriers to finding affordable childcare. This is why we must ensure that the childcare access means parents in schools program or C campus program is stronger than ever. This program provides grants to institutions to create campus-based child care services for low-income students. My amendment will reauthorize the program at $500 million per year, eliminating barriers for student parents to access benefits and/or connect student parents to resources to help with nutrition, housing, and Medicare. It also requires the disaggregation of data to help us understand more about students in the program and the advancements of the program. We cannot say that we want to help all students with college completion unless we strengthen programs that help parenting students have access to what they need, especially childcare. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady, pardon me, the gentlelady yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam excuse me, thank you, Madam Chair. As the gentlelady indicated, we had a bill a few days ago that purported to help pregnant students. This is the kind of support they actually need to help them graduate. And I would hope we would make sure that child care services are available so that parents can afford to complete their education. Yield back.
I yield myself 5 minutes. I thank the gentlewoman for offering this amendment. House Republicans firmly support student parents, which is a key reason why we passed the Pregnant Students' Rights Act just a few weeks ago. I support campus's goal to improve student success for student parents. With any federal grant program, it's important to make sure the burdensome regulations are streamlined and institutions are able to show tangible results for graduates. House Republicans plan to explore campus reforms in a later bill, and I'll be happy to work with any interested member on language at a later time. However, for this bill, I must oppose this amendment. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered, and the vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Ms. Omar seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have Amendment 067 at the table, at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Omar of Minnesota. Identifier Omar MN_067.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My amendment strikes the section in this bill that eliminates Parent Plus and Graduate Plus loans for all future borrowers. While these loans aren't perfect, they are crucial in providing students access to higher education and sparing parents from predatory private marketplace loans. Parent Plus loans were originally meant for higher income parents. Increasingly, though, more parents with low income and low wealth have turned to Plus loans since scholarship grants and loan aid have not kept up with the rising college costs. Eliminating the Plus loans would push borrowers into private market where there are fewer protections for borrowers or those who have become disabled. The truth is, without Grad Plus loans, increases to Pell Grants or other grant aid, access to careers that require graduate education will be significantly limited. At the same time, those loans need improvements to protect the most vulnerable from going into unmanageable debt. This is especially true for Black families who tend to borrow at a higher rate since they have historically had fewer financial resources. Black parents are borrowing outsized amounts relative to their income and asset and struggling with repayment, especially in retirement. While this is incredibly concerning, pushing Black parents to borrow from private or often predatory lenders isn't the solution. The Plus Loan program needs improvement, not elimination. Simply gutting the program is lazy. Congress needs to do its job to improve programs that make college education more accessible and affordable. We can start by increasing the Pell Grant, reducing interest rates, making loans more affordable. The elimination of the Plus grants without providing additional aid creates a loan structure that will inevitably harm low-income students and students of color. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Minnesota? I will yield myself 5 minutes to speak in opposition to the amendment. Our post-secondary system is broken. Institutions charge extremely high prices because they know students and federal taxpayers will be forced to foot the bill. Students get locked into cycles of debt while institutions escape scot-free. Of course, the Biden administration's continued efforts to transfer debt to taxpayers further exacerbates this problem and does nothing to address the root causes of debt. Plus loans with their unlimited caps and high interest rates were designed for high-income students and families who could afford to repay the loans. The opposite has happened. They have become a debt trap. After 10 years of standard repayment plan, more than half of the initial balance still remains on average, as parent borrowers struggle to repay. After 20 years, the average balance still a shocking 38%. Put it another way, on average, many parents spend more years trying to pay off Parent Plus loans than their child spends growing up at home. Grad Plus is no better, often fueling grad programs that can even provide a negative return for students. That is, students who would be better off if they never enrolled at all. My colleagues talk about access, but Plus loans provide access to crippling debt, not economic mobility. The CCRA will reduce college costs across the board, resulting in more money for students and families and less need for exorbitant loans to match ever-rising tuition costs from institutions. I oppose the amendment and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the Chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Mr. Bowman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Sorry, boom.
Just,
Madam Chair,
Do you have another amendment? Does Omar have another amendment? 68.
Amendment 68.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have Omar Amendment 068 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Omar of Minnesota. Identifier Omar MN _ 068.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My amendment would strike the section in this bill that modifies the income-driven repayment. The IDR plans have been a critical lifeline to millions of borrowers who struggle with student loan debt repayment. IDR enrollment reduces default risk and increases families' ability to put food on the table or pay rent. These plans are designed to make student loan debt more manageable. First, it reduces the monthly loan payment to an amount based on the borrower's income and family size. Then, after 20 to 25 years of qualifying payments, the borrower might become eligible for debt cancellation. While historically the program had issues, the new program created by the Biden administration addresses the previous concerns. It creates a generous IDR plan that Republicans now want to strip away. The new Biden administration plan, known as SAFE, substantially reduces monthly payments, makes critical improvements to interest rates, and reduces the timeline for cancellation from 20 to 25 years to as little as 10 years for qualifying borrowers. Meanwhile, the Republicans' plan would eliminate the flexible IDR plans proposed by the Biden administration. Instead, they would offer 2 repayment programs, neither of which provide any flexibility to borrowers. The Republicans' low-income plan would require borrowers to pay a flat 10% of their annual income above 150% of the federal poverty level. Additionally, their plan would eliminate the possibility of loan cancellation. This means borrowers could be paying off their loans well into their senior years. While advocates have long asked for streamlining the loan program, the Republican model is not designed to support borrowers. Their plan is significantly less generous than the new Biden administration SAFE plan, which gives low-income borrowers low payments, provides time forgiveness, and protects borrowers from the consequences of default. The SAFE plan comes at a critical moment as borrowers navigate an unprecedented return to repayment. The Republican plan will drive low-income borrowers to predatory private loan market and limit their access to higher education. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment from the gentlewoman from Minnesota? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I support the amendment. If this amendment is adopted, many people will pay a lot more than twice what the present law provides. And there's no discharge, no cancellation at the end of 20 years. This is a lot less affordable than present law. And I would hope we would adopt the amendment to keep the present law as it is with the much more generous income-based repayments. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. I'm opposed to the amendment. Our post-secondary system is broken. Institutions charge extremely high prices because they know students and federal taxpayers will be forced to foot the bill. Students get locked into cycles of debt while institutions escape scot-free. Our current system provides no incentives for institutions to care about their students' long-term success. Institutions promise their high prices are worth the investments, but have no need to follow through. The CCRA has repayment plans focused on increasing a borrower's ability to pay while holding schools accountable. In contrast, this Biden administration's improperly named SAVE plan is not only the most costly regulation in history, but also almost guarantees many students never pay off their debt. Currently, taxpayers are left holding the debt burdens as schools happily pocket tuition dollar from students who cannot afford the high costs. The two repayment plans in the CCRA, coupled with the bill's risk-sharing mechanism that will ensure colleges have skin in the game, will prevent institutions from relying on taxpayers to fund massive tuition costs. The CCRA will reduce college costs across the board, resulting in more money for students and families and less need for exorbitant loans to match ever-rising tuition costs from institutions. I'm opposed to the amendment, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it, and the agreement is not agreed to.
Chairwoman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady has requested a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the Chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Bowman of New York, identifier DAMD_019.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple. It clarifies that nothing in this bill we have before us will prevent the teaching of multiple history programs and disciplines that are widely taught in colleges and universities in this country and around the world. It's sad that we have to offer amendments to ensure that such protections are in place, but the language in H.R. 6951 is so vague in places that it could be read and interpreted in ways that are truly troubling. By telling accreditors to stay away from political viewpoints, using terms like disparate treatment without defining them, and limiting secretarial discretion to regulate, they are providing a roadmap for individuals to challenge academic programs with no one to stand up for academic freedom. What happens when a conservative activist, just looking to stir up controversy, claims that a school simply teach a course on African American history, women's history, AAPI history, Jewish history, or Arab history is treating students disparately? Could a programmatic accreditor that looks at the quality of history programs violate this law simply by doing their jobs? Surely we can agree that this is potentially dangerous. What we're really talking about here is the truth. Students should have access to truthful, comprehensive, and high-quality educational materials about a range of topics that reflect their histories, cultures, and lived experiences. If we don't have knowledge of our own and other people's history, culture, and experiences, we can't cultivate empathy. And without empathy and truth, democracy cannot thrive. Teaching about Black history, Latino history, the Holocaust, gender studies, and more helps us understand the full fabric of human existence and the full context of current events. It helps us recognize how we are all interconnected, that our liberation, our freedom, and our humanity is inherently tied together. These learning opportunities help us work together to create communities and a democracy rooted in justice and love, rather than in fear and hate. Comprehensive, truthful education protects the freedom to learn and think critically about the world. Failing to safeguard these learning opportunities does nothing but take away young people's power to make this world a better place. I ask all of my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment from the gentleman from New York? I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I stand opposed to the amendment. There's nothing in this bill or in the Higher Education Act that regulates the topics in a program or course of study. What is concerning, regardless of major, are programs that charge students exorbitant prices for a low rate of return. If an academic subject promotes student success, an institution that offers such programs will actually benefit from our bill. Sadly, what we've seen in our current system is a lack of focus on tangible outcomes. The CCRA also already includes language from Representative Owen's ACE Act, which ensures accreditors are focused on student success instead of picking and choosing political ideologies to support or oppose. Because nothing in this bill prohibits programs of study based on ideology, I must oppose this amendment. I yield back. Offered by the gentleman from New York. If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Bowman of New York, identifier DAMD_033.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've spent a lot of time today talking about access and transparency in higher education. And I'll note for the record that while there are a few pieces of this bill that are encouraging to me, most of the bill would only hurt our students who most need our support and roll back efforts to protect them from predatory for-profit actors. It would make high-quality programs less accessible for many students. My amendment, however, would do the opposite. It would help open doors for students by addressing unfair admissions policies. Excuse me. All students deserve an equitable shot to gain admissions to the colleges and universities of their dreams. But the reality is that our nation and our nation's institutions of higher education have a history of exclusion. This is why my amendment would prohibit colleges and universities from using legacy and donor-based admissions practices. Legacy and donor admissions policies overwhelmingly benefit white, wealthy students while creating yet another systemic barrier to accessing higher education for low-income students. Black and brown students and first-generation students. And that barrier is layered on top of our Black and brown and low-income communities experiencing systemic marginalization in so many aspects of life. Whether in health disparities, income and wealth gaps, mass incarceration, segregation, crumbling infrastructure, lack of affordable housing, and so much more, we have consistently made it difficult, if not impossible, for so many young people to live healthy, happy lives that unlock their full potential. If we're talking about access to opportunity, the least we can do is make sure that when our Black and brown, low-income, or first-generation students pour their heart and souls into applying to schools, their brilliance is not overlooked simply because their families didn't go there or didn't donate to the school. And talk about lack of transparency for many schools. The use of these types of admission practices is opaque and not well understood. But what we do know is that by definition, these policies benefit the wealthy and the privileged. This is a common sense amendment that I think all of us here should be able to support. And it's an issue that a lot of people on both sides of the aisle have been discussing over the last year, one that I've been proud to be leading on with my colleague, Senator Merkley, since I came to Congress. If higher education is really going to be a pathway into equity and opportunity for our young people, we have to ban legacy and donor admissions now. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, whatever arguments there are in defense of legacy or donations, I think went out of the window when the Supreme Court ruled against affirmative action. They're obviously discriminatory, and you could have balanced that if you had affirmative action. But once that's out, I think we're relegated to eliminate all forms of discrimination, so that we're not left with a discriminatory admissions policy. Having legacy and donations being considered, obviously are not being offset by affirmative action and ought to be abolished. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment even though I support the intent to equalize college admissions. House Republicans have long argued colleges should be judging applicants based solely on individual merit and accomplishment rather than any other factors. Last summer, I was glad the Supreme Court and Students for Fair Admission ruled that unconstitutional discrimination based on race have no place in our society. Legacy and donor admissions policies do provide an uneven playing field for student applicants, and it's an important national discussion that's been going on even before Students for Fair Admission. While extremely important, it's also crucial for us in Congress to understand what decisions should be made at a federal level and which would be congressional overreach. The HEA has never mandated or prohibited admissions practices. Besides stopping unconstitutional practices like race-based admissions, admissions is largely not a federal role, as education is not a federal role. Since 2015, more than 100 colleges have already ended legacy admissions, and given this trend, legislation may not be necessary. States can dictate their public universities' admissions criteria and may be the more appropriate level of government to regulate specific admissions policies. Prohibiting these policies from the federal level would open the door for Congress or potentially a future administration to further regulate admissions requirements. This can cut both ways, and we do not want to open up the federal government's overreach. I encourage future discussion of this topic at institutions and believe that all students should be viewed again by their individual merit. That's why I must oppose the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment by the gentleman from New York? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from New York asked for a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. Identifier DAMD_10.
Is it underscore 010?
Just 10.
Okay, the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for
Thank
5
you.
minutes. In
Thank you,
support
Madam
of her
Chair.
amendment.
The College Cost Reduction Act, as proposed, would strip the Department of Education's ability to proactively identify institutions on unstable financial footing and at risk of the kind of precipitous closures that can have disastrous consequences for students. I've offered an amendment to strike the misguided repeal of the closed school discharge rule. In 2021, the Government Accountability Office found that among 59 instances of for-profits converting to nonprofit institutions over the last decade, former owners and other officials were insiders to the conversion, for example, by creating the tax-exempt organizations that purchased the college or retaining the presidency of the college after its sale in about a third of the cases. And among the GAO's recommendations, nonpartisan analysts urged the Education Department to develop and implement monitoring procedures to watch out for self-dealing that benefited investors and owners regardless of the interests of students. We've had an incident of just that kind of situation in North Carolina, and it was an issue that we discussed in this committee in the last Congress. So we know this is a real problem, and it has a devastating impact on students. Repealing the department's new change of ownership and control regulations would only exacerbate concerns about for-profit operators hiding behind the veil of nonprofit status to continue enriching themselves rather than serving their students' interests. And just to give examples of how we know how damaging the closure of a school can be for students who are attending these schools and often have taken out significant loans and then have the rug pulled out from under them, I think it's something that needs to be taken into consideration, because this legislation would also hinder the ability of borrowers whose institutions close to pursue relief from debt accrued while enrolled in schools that then collapse. Less than half of the students who experienced a campus closure subsequently re-enrolled. That's it. Less than half are able to subsequently re-enroll in new institutions. Students, especially Black and Latino students, who experienced an abrupt closure were much less likely to re-enroll and complete at a credentialed institution than students who experienced an orderly closure. In fact, a 2019 analysis found that only 1% to 6% of students affected by a for-profit college chain closure could successfully transfer to another institution. In contrast, according to the Department of Education, at least 92% of students enrolled at a not-for-profit Mount Ida College when it closed last April or in April of 2018 could transfer to other institutions. Without a streamlined automatic pathway to loan discharge, students victimized by school closure may be more likely to default on their student loans, facing wage garnishment, and have trouble finishing their degrees at reputable institutions. Knowing how damaging the financial failure a school closure can be on students, and knowing that those students are then more likely to default on their debt makes it even more critical that the Department of Education be able to proactively identify institutions on unstable financial footing and monitor changes of ownership and control that can often put schools at risk of financial instability. I therefore urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which I think is in support of the intentions of this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment of the gentlewoman from North Carolina? I will yield myself 5 minutes. The provision in this bill provides a transparent and fair process for career schools and other private institutions looking to restructure their business model. Moreover, the fee structure of this process ensures that the federal government has additional resources to process these applications and provide more certainty to schools. Paired with our accountability structure for all institutions, this section of the bill is a common sense provision. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. Identifier DAMD_018.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I am pleased that the majority has made efforts at common sense accreditation reform, their insertion of language around political litmus tests in accreditation is very concerning. My colleagues on the right have repeatedly inserted politically controversial issues in higher education bills wherever they can, and they have now seeked to chill the work of accreditors, independent private agencies that assess institutional quality. This is done with language regarding political litmus tests on partisan, political, or ideological viewpoints or beliefs. The bill doesn't actually spell out what those beliefs are, and I think that is part of its goal. To put a law out like this that chills accreditors from looking into any issue simply for fear that one person, a vocal but small minority, might declare the issue controversial and then run afoul of the law. Comprehensive information about sexual and reproductive health services could easily be one of those areas. The right to comprehensive information about sexual and reproductive health services should not be controversial, and accreditors regularly review health and safety issues on campuses as part of their accreditation surveys. So we should make it clear that nothing in this bill should be construed in any way to prevent them from doing that work. We've already seen the majority play politics with this issue earlier this month when we marked up and considered the so-called Pregnant Students' Right Act on the floor, at which time Chairwoman Fox herself said, now nothing in this bill prevents a college or university from disseminating information about how to deal with pregnancy-related conditions, including miscarriages. We are not telling the colleges and universities everything that they have to say. We are simply saying you have to inform the students of the services available and the accommodations that need to be made. Now, that comment was made with regard to pregnant students. For anyone who would have been watching the debate in committee or on the floor, It was obvious that House Republicans wanted some information provided to pregnant students, but not all information. In fact, they specifically rejected my amendment to make sure that students could have access to information about contraception. Today, we have a bill before us that's telling accreditors that their reviews should steer clear of hot-button political topics. What does that mean for an accreditor trying to determine if the health services provided at a school are comprehensive and equitable for both men and women? We should not be putting our thumb on the scale when telling accreditors what topics on campus they can and cannot look into when assessing the quality of a school, and that includes whether the school provides comprehensive reproductive and sexual health information to its students. This is a simple amendment that would make it clear that this is not the case, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina? I yield myself 5 minutes and claim time to oppose the amendment. Today, we have the opportunity to focus our debate on landmark legislation to reduce the cost of college and increase student success. This amendment seeks to begin another debate that this committee recently had. Nothing prevents a college from providing information to students. This is a mischaracterization. This amendment furthers that mischaracterization is unnecessary. I believe we must use our time today to focus on policies that focus on transparency in financial aid, accountability for all degree programs, accreditation reform, and increasing research on evidence-based practices that lead more students to college completion. In fact, let's talk about the need for better information and more in post-secondary education. Many students and families do not know the true price of a degree when they apply or even enroll at college. The College Cost Reduction Act would make reforms to standardize the financial aid offers colleges provide students to provide clearer information on the direct cost to a student. I know many students and families are embracing these reforms and believe this deserves our attention today, not the amendment at hand. For this reason, I oppose the amendment and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The gentlelady has requested a roll call vote. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Scott 021.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6951 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier DAMD_021.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the underlying bill would wipe out virtually every single consumer protection rule that's been put in place to protect students and borrowers. The bill also prohibits the Secretary from promulgating any of the repealed consumer protection rules or substantially similar rules ever again. The kind of protections that we're talking about would be rules such as the gainful employment rule, which requires schools to provide that are providing job training to provide an economic benefit. The 90-10 rule, which requires schools to at least get some of their money from sources other than Title IV of the federal government, and that rule had an additional benefit. It had the veterans fix, where veterans were being targeted by those schools because they previously had not been counted as federal money. Borrower's defense to repayment, we've talked about that during this markup, where borrowers don't have to pay back the loans to the schools where they were defrauded, and it eliminates any future opportunity to regulate in these areas. It just opens the door to fraud, waste, and abuse. It's vital that the Secretary have authority to develop and implement strong and robust consumer protection policies that protect students from unscrupulous actors, hold institutions accountable for waste, fraud, and abuse, and make defrauded borrowers whole. Unwinding these critical protections for students and taxpayers is extremely irresponsible and undermines the integrity of the federal student aid program and our higher education system more broadly. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment so that consumers, particularly student borrowers, can be protected. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. The days of vague legislative language are over. We've seen in the past 2 Democrat administrations dramatically expand their executive authority. Secretary Duncan famously said that his lawyers are smarter than Congress's lawyers. Congress needs to do its job, and that's precisely what we're doing here. We cannot let the executive branch trample the legislative branch and our congressional authority any longer. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
A recorded vote, Madam Chairman, I would take exception to some of your calls because you keep saying the noes have it. I only heard one no.
Well, I thought this time we were balanced.
The no, you should be saying
the no has it.
The no has it.
The no has it. Duly noted, Mr. Scott. Do you request a recorded vote? Yes, I do. Okay. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair for votes on the House floor.